Good evening. Thank you for your patience. We'll go ahead and get started. We'll call the January 13th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals to order. Ms. Parker will read the opening statement.
We would like to welcome all present to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. The format for this meeting is as follows. As each application is called, we would ask that all those, both for and against, to please come to the front of the room. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant and any consultants and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak, either for or against the application, will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker at the podium may request to extend their time, and the board may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. All statements at the meeting shall be directed to the board, and cross-conversation among those in attendance is prohibited. Questions between opposing parties shall be directed first to the chairman, who may then ask the proper person to answer, such answer being directed to the board. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will then make their comments and recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision. A brief statement of the reason for the motion will precede the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion. Also, all items or exhibits submitted and/or shown either to the board or staff during the hearing will be retained to become part of the official record of these proceedings. The board is required to disclose contact with regard to any item on the agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the board will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. We ask that anyone with a cell phone to please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. We would also like to ask the audience, we have 6 items on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda. Planning Commission is supposed to start at 6:30. So when you hear your application being called, if you could come forward so that you're at the microphone and ready to go, that would be appreciated. Our first application is appeal number 2358, Michael C. Mills, for property at 13300 Parallel Parkway. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Yes, actually, I'm going to have to recuse myself on this one. One of the properties I own is in the notice area
Okay,
for this case.
so Vice Chairman Serta will take over as the chair. All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Sir, are you ready? Are you the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. If you could come forward and please state your name and address for the record and tell us what you'd like to do.
My name is Michael Mills. My address is 13300 Parallel Parkway. I'm the applicant.
Okay. And tell us what you'd like to do.
I'm building a pole barn. I would like to, instead of the 20-foot zoning from the property line, I'd like to make a variance and get only 10 feet from the property line due to the safety for my family, according to the SEPTED crime prevention through environmental design. It would be a safety hazard not to be able to see down the property line as we're pulling into the driveway and coming out of my garage. So I'd like to make a 10-foot variance instead of a 20-foot from the property line.
Okay.
Also, it would look more uniform if the property was 10.5 feet from the property line that was even with the driveway. If we make it 20 feet, it's going to be uneven with the driveway, and it wouldn't look as uniform for the neighbors and anybody else that lives in the area.
Okay. Are there any questions for the petitioner? None? Right, hearing none. If there's anyone in favor of this application, if you could come forward. So are you in favor?
Yes, I'm his
Okay.
father,
Again, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Michael Mills, 4150 North 110th Street.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to do, hopefully he can make it the way that we've tried to do it. I think it'll look a whole lot better, and it'll give more clearance. He lives on Parallel. It's kind of a busy street, and I'd like, for safety purposes, for my grandkids, be able to see down the side. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, anyone else in favor? All right, when opposed?
Okay, I'm Jacqueline Escalante, and I'm his neighbor. I live at 13310 Parallel Parkway,
Okay,
and this is actually my property line where he wants to build this barn. I'm not opposed to him building it 10 feet from there. I just want to make sure that, like, the dirt, because there's dirt that's sits higher up, that doesn't kind of drift off into my yard when I
Okay.
build a fence or something, because I have plans on building a fence later this year or next year, but I'm not opposed to him building it 10 feet from my property line.
okay. Let me just clarify, are you talking about the dirt while construction's going on, or in terms of just the actual
Well, I think,
long-term?
is it, the foundation is just
Ma'am,
dirt, isn't
please
it?
direct your
Okay,
comments to us, sorry.
Just the dirt, well, not like during the construction, but
Mm-hmm.
after the construction, like the dirt that's underneath the actual barn.
Okay,
So I don't know, we had discussed about like how it was gonna be, if there's gonna be like a retaining wall, like holding it up in.
gotcha.
I'm just kinda worried about like the settling.
Okay,
But like I said, I'm not opposed to him
Alright.
building it 10 feet from my property line.
okay, sounds good. Anyone else in opposition? Like to speak? No? Okay. Commissioner, go ahead.
Now, did you go to his meeting? Did you ask him about that?
No, I did not, because I had issues with my mail being stolen. And I had actually called because I saw a sign in his yard. And then when I talked to the person, you know, I let them know that I'm not saying that he sent or didn't send a letter to me, but I had an Olathe detective call me and tell me that they had some of my mail. So
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't get a letter for the meeting.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, sir, would you like to come back and respond to
Yeah.
any of those concerns?
Sorry. After she advised me that she didn't get a letter, I explained to her at the property line, everything that was going to go, everything that was said at the neighborhood meeting. I explained to her everything like that, and I also did tell her that once we get it built, we will take the dirt out and slope it off from the front to where it's not as tall of a dirt pile. It will run off into the drainage system that leads into the creek behind the house.
Okay,
So you do have a plan for the runoff of the dirt?
Yes, we will slope it, we will grade it to where it runs down off the residence into there's an existing area that water goes down into a creek bed behind our house.
All right, thanks.
okay. Any further questions? Okay. At this point, we'll close the public portion of the meeting and ask staff for their recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Serta. I would add a stipulation 5 that building inspection will check the slope between the barn and the neighbor's yard at the permit to make sure that it's a viable, maintainable slope, and that we also check to make sure there's no dirt that had gone or would likely go into the neighbor's property at final inspection. With those added notes, I'd recommend approval.
Okay. What is the will of the commission? I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve with staff stipulations.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Huey and a second by Commissioner Reasons. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none? Ms. Parker, will you call the roll?
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Neal? It's not. Okay. Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's revised comments, Passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Your item is approved. The chairman is being summoned.
We'll let the record show that Chairman Carson is rejoining us, and he'll take back over as the chair. Our next application is Appeal Number 2360, Sherry Scragg, for property at 1856 North 28th Street. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
My name's Sherry Schrog, and I'm representing someone who lives at 1856 North 28th Street.
Okay?
The property was paved without the resident knowing that he needed a permit, and that was more than 40%. He has, he paved the front of his yard over to the part of the neighbor's yard to help her out. It's approximately 3 to 4 car widths wide. There's a small street in there. And he's hoping he can keep it in there, not have to tear it out.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Connolly?
So he poured some over on the neighbor's property?
He did, but she was aware of it, to help her out so she can park there also, because there's no good place for her there. She has no place to park there in front of the house.
Oh, so he got her consent to do
Yes.
it? Okay. All right, thanks.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of this application or opposed? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, when you do something without a permit, you've created your own hardship, and that's one of the 5 state criteria you have to meet to get a variance. I have to recommend denial.
Any questions for staff?
I do have.
Commissioner Serta?
Rob, what is the amount, well, just to understand the remedy here, if this is not approved, how much pavement would have to be removed?
60% of the front yard would have to be cleared.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Motion to deny from Commissioner Reason based on staff recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Ernst?
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal for the reasons outlined by staff passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you.
So that means it,
You'll need to get with staff, but it will have to be removed.
okay.
Our next appeal is number 2361, Rosa A. Galvez, for property at 545 Shawnee Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your application.
Good evening. My name is.
Go ahead and pull your microphone down. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Franklin Cardoza. I'm his son. She doesn't speak English, so I'm here to help her out.
Okay.
So our project is we're trying to build a front porch. There was already an existing one when we moved over there, but we made we did something like concrete in front of it, so we had to take it down, and we're here to appeal so we can make a new one. It will be like 6 by 10, and yeah.
So you're wanting to replace the front porch, but the front porch has been off for quite some time, correct?
Yeah.
And what's the plan to rebuild the porch? How soon?
I mean, we were trying to do this before, but we couldn't because they didn't let us. So we're trying to see if they let us. We're gonna start building as soon as we can.
Okay. Any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This action would basically replace the old porch in kind. It's just been gone long enough that they lost the non-conforming status with that, so we'd recommend approval.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Curtis, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's comments, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you. It's been approved.
Thank you.
Our
Just make
next-
sure you get the building permit before you start.
Yes, you can go. We don't get that a lot, so that was nice. I know.
Our next appeal is number 2362, Frank Motors Incorporated, for property at 402 and 426 Osage Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Is the applicant in the room? Okay, go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your application.
Farkat Saidov. The address is 402 Osage Avenue, and the second one is 426 Osage Avenue.
Okay, and what are you wanting to do?
We are filing for permit for the dealership and automotive repair.
So you want to operate a used car dealership and automotive repair at this address, or these two addresses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us? Okay, well, we may have some questions. Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Serta?
Can you describe how the parking is going to be managed for this operation?
Why don't you go ahead and give us your name and address for the record, please, also?
Okay. My name is Ben Bortnick, and I'm the sole member of BDB Properties, and I own the BDB Properties LLC, which is the ownership of the building. The building's somewhat singularly unique, and we have applied, or the applicant has applied for a variance to absorb the legal off-street parking that would be necessary. And so it is not just an application under the non-conforming, that all automotive uses have to have a special permit. It is also to utilize the off-street parking that surrounds the building. To that end, Mr. Carson, we had the meeting, and there is no competition for that off-street parking as outlined in the proposal and was done by the architect. So the surrounding properties are in this order. To the east, Napa, they don't use any of the off-street parking. Immediately to the north is Mid-States Thermo King, and our property abuts their south parking lot, in which they simply have their excess vehicles in that parking lot, so we don't compete with that parking. Across the street is the, I can't remember, Shoreline, and we don't compete with their parking. And then Mr. Wilhite's new building immediately to the west and on the other side also does not compete with any parking. So we aren't encumbering any of the neighbors at all to that end.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many cars are going to be at the property, how many spaces they're going to be needing?
Well, I believe that the application called for 40, and we called for that. However, we don't need 40, and we don't use 40. So there's always, for instance, when I go down there, I own the property, I never have a problem parking on street.
Okay, did you want to say something?
So, but all of the repair operations are going to be on site. All cars that are parked on the street are going to be legal, licensed, tagged cars that are in good repair, correct? They can't park an unlicensed, damaged vehicle on the street. I mean, that's against the law. So basically, this is just for their customer parking.
Correct. And does the applicant understand that? So any of the cars that are there, they're going to be worked on, have to be
Yes.
on the premises?
Yes.
They can't be parked out on the streets?
Yes, of course.
Okay, this is for coming and going parking.
Yes, just for the customers.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor or ever in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval, just noting that any cars that are damaged or not licensed need to be inside the property and not parked on the street.
Okay. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Curtis, second by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal with the staff stipulations passes. 6 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Our next appeal is number 2363, Kurt Winters with UG Water Pollution Control Department for property at 5425 North 99th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Lotz. I'm with Continental Consulting Engineers. I'm representing Kurt Winters with Unified Government. My address is 11006 Parallel Parkway. With regards to the subject property, the Unified Government is expanding their existing wastewater treatment plant at this location. The address is 5425 North 99th Street. The applicant is simply requesting that a barbed wire fence be placed on the property around the perimeter of it with the barbed wire facing inward. This is violation of the residential zoning. Residential zoning allows a 4-foot-high fence with no barbed wire. The area where it's going in at is fairly urban in nature. We feel like we need to protect city property. There is an existing fence and barbed wire at the top of it currently. We're expanding the size of the property to address future needs for the Unified Government. So again, we're simply requesting something that kind of exists already. Barbed wire fence, 6 foot high, barbed wire facing inward.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Connolly?
Now, I guess with the barbed wire facing in and out, I mean, what's the barbed wire to keep people out, or what's the reason?
You'd have to ask the applicant why they're doing that.
I understand. I'm just thinking, I mean, we have a reason for not allowing it.
Well, typically, it would be so people wouldn't put it between two residential houses. This is kind of a allowed industrial kind of use, a public facility in a residential area that would normally get a little bit extra on the fencing, barbed wire, or something like that, and that's why we're asking, I assume that's why they're asking for it here.
But your question is specific to why they want the barbed wire, correct?
I asked that.
Can you go ahead and come step back
The
forward?
barbed wire at the top of the fence is to keep people out, keep the property from being damaged by any vandalism. Typically, we might point the barbed wire outward, if you will, but the Unified Government specifically asked that we point the barbed wire inward. That would help to maybe if somebody is up against the fence, they're not injured by coming up against the barbed wire. It's only there really at this point to protect property from being damaged.
And the barbed wire is at the top of the 6 foot?
Top of the 6-foot fence, pointing inward.
So it's to protect somebody really, really tall. From accidentally hurting themselves.
Well, exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. Again, we're trying to keep city property from being damaged because while it is residential, the area is very rural.
Okay, yeah, I was a soldier. I mean, you could throw something on barbed wire and still get over it, but, okay. All right, thanks.
Any further questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Serta, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauley?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our next appeal is number 2364, Hickory Union Moto, for property at 10 South James Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Hi, hello, my name is Ron Grotenhouse. I am not the property owner, but I'm the owner of Hickory Union Moto. I'm representing Bolin Waters LLC, the property
Your
owner.
address?
My address, I live in Independence, 1714 South Drum Avenue in Independence, Missouri. The property address is 10 South James.
Can you tell us about your application?
Yeah, I think we're applying for a parking variance of 14 spaces. We have 8 spaces on site, and we're required 22. And we are applying for the variance so that we can achieve our special use permit to operate as a business, although we've been in this location for about 2.5 years. You can see on this aerial photo the property. I don't know if you have the presentation you can pull up, but we're going to go through a little bit about the presentation, but there we go. We felt it a little bit necessary to talk about what we actually do because we're not easily classified as an automotive repair shop or an automotive dealership, which is what the special use permit actually we're applying for. What we do, we're a community motorcycle garage, and what that means is we have people that we have as members that come in and work on their own motorcycles. So we don't service vehicles. We don't have anything stored in our front lot or anything like that to where we have a need for additional parking. And if you can go through these photos real quick, I know it's pressed for time here. Just to show you, we do special events, we teach, we're very community-based. You can just kind of keep flipping through these. There's a lot of good people that are members at our shop, and it's not like your typical open during business hours automotive dealership or repair shop. I mean, this is what it's all about, is when somebody gets a motorcycle running that they've been months, they actually fire it up, and the expression on their face is priceless. You'll see here in a second. Maybe everybody doesn't get as much of a charge out of that as I do. You can keep going. We can talk about the parking. So go to the next slide. We're right next to the Central Street Viaduct. This is our floor plan. It's an old fire station. It was built in 1950. You can go to the next plan. And all this was in your packet too, so you should already have all these. Those are the 8 spaces in yellow that we can achieve on site. And the large, we have a 75-foot curb cut on the James, which is a very busy street. A lot of people that turn around in our parking lot, so it's inconvenient to put spaces actually in the center of that big open triangle that's between our garage doors and the street. So the most logical place to put the parking spaces is up tight to the property line on kind of the south-southwest. We have several property owners around us that we talked to during the neighborhood meeting and prior, and the ones in orange is property that we did not hear from and is unsuitable for parking because either building is in the way or it's not paved or it's just a lot full of gravel. The red property owners we did talk to, and we were unable to work out a parking agreement with those neighbors. If you go to the next photo. And we can scan through these, but these are just our adjacent neighbors. We're in a heavy industrial district, and by special use, we're applying for commercial parking regulations, which is 4 per 1,000. And that's why the extreme difference in the amount that we're applying for a variance.
Okay. Other Anyone else you want to speak?
This is my partner Brett. He's for it.
Yeah, and so yeah, I'm co-owner of Higuri Unimoto.
Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
My name's Brett Epp. I live at 279 Orchard here in KCK. Yeah, I'm co-owner of Higuri Unimoto, and like you said, we're a community motorcycle garage. So we're very much not like the special use automotive garage permits that we kind of get classified into, but we, do work in the mechanical nature of bikes. But the gap we fall into is kind of awesome, unique, and special. We have the tools, the space, and knowledge to help people fix bikes themselves. Everything from full-on custom builds to simple oil changes. Like, we're there to take the fear out of motorcycles and mechanics away from people so they can get into a hobby for the first time. And like you saw with the guy starting his bike for the first time, his name's Jesse. He was mechanically inclined but never built a bike from scratch. We helped him build that bike from a series of tubes to that running bike that took him about 4 months. And that's kind of a typical story. Like, right now we have a father with his 3 kids who's gotten 3 bikes, and he's walking through building them with his children for the first time. Ed here is a member. I don't know, it's probably 4, I would hope. Would you like to talk about your experience?
My name is Edward Richardson. I live at 133 North Baldwin Street in Richmond, Kansas. It's about an hour and 10 minutes away. I make that commute twice, usually once to twice a week. I'll come down there, and it is a unique experience to belong to this shop. You really have a camaraderie. You're able to draw upon the knowledge and education of the people around you. I actually have a degree in motorcycle mechanics from the Fort Scott Community College Harley-Davidson program. There are not a lot of Harley-Davidsons down there, but I do my best to share the knowledge that I have, and I've gotten to go through that experience of putting together a bike and getting it running again, and we film those on the regular so that we can preserve that moment. It is such a thrill to kick over that bike and have it fire to life when it's been sitting for 30, 40 years sometimes. And I ask you that you approve this situation.
Great, thank you. Are there questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. And is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations of the staff report.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Commissioner Serta, second by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff stipulations, passes. 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last appeal on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda is Appeal Number 2365, Nathaniel Hagedorn with North Point Development for property at 747 North 69th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, board members. I'm not Nathaniel Hagedorn. I'm Brent Miles, one of Nathaniel's business partners, one of the founders and owners of North Point Development. We're located here in the Kansas City Metro in Riverside. We're one of the largest property owners and industrial developers in Wyandotte County. And we have a new project that we've been working on. It's been a labor of love for about 3.5 years. So tonight's a big hearing for us. We have this, and then we have the zoning hearing after this. This particular issue relates to the Board of Zoning Appeal, and this relates to landscaping. So maybe Rob or somebody else, if there's a presentation, I just thought to have some context. I know we're short on time. We won't give a big, huge background of the interchange or anything. We'll see that here in a little bit. But just so you could see the context, we're the largest privately held industrial developer in the U.S. I will bluntly say that We work all the time with your staff. We've done millions and millions of dollars of projects in this community. We have a good relationship with your staff, and this will be a friendly debate. We just simply don't agree with the recommendation, and that is because we don't agree that this is what's best for the neighborhood. Now, I think Rob has a different opinion, and you may have a different opinion overall, but that's our opinion. And that is, we're not major fans anywhere in the 200 and some parks that we've built of architectural screen walls. We think trying to accomplish that by leaving existing vegetation and by overplanting is a better, and now you might say, well, you're slanted, you're just trying to be cheap and you don't want to do the expensive. There are some constraints with the site itself, but Jim, let's go to, just so I think we have some context here. Here's an outline of our park. This is a large industrial park at the Turner Diagonal. The Turner Diagonal will, as many of you know, be changed here momentarily, and it won't, my words, it won't be the spaghetti bowl anymore. It'll be a nice, clean diamond interchange. We are a funding partner in that interchange, and the reason for that interchange in the application with the U.S. government and with the state of Kansas was this park, the jobs and capital investment, and the funding source to pay for this $30 million capital investment, which is the new interchange. You see, I don't know if you can see it on your screens very well, whatever's on our screen I assume is on your screen, but there's a red outline that outlines what I'm going to call the west boundary, the north boundary, and then the east boundary as it goes, you know, on the other side of our park all the way over to 65th Street. We are meeting the rule and regulation for the west boundary. Now, I know there's probably going to be folks here tonight that were, you know, wanting specifically, that's where most of your folks live that are affected by this, application and been noticed. We are meeting the application on the west side. Where we have more concern is, and we'll show you a sight line, is on primarily the north and east elevation. The north elevation is zoned residential, which is the trucking company that's, and the Salvation Army, which is up on State Avenue. So it's a residential zoned property, but a commercial use. So for us, a trucking company is not a residential use, and that probably shouldn't have a residential zone. We have landscaping that doesn't seem to make much sense to us. And then on the east side, those are residential lots, residential zone. Some of it we're in the process of trying to buy. Some of it, there are residents there. Again, if I was a resident and I saw this application, I'd say they're just trying to get out of meeting the goal of the landscaping. That's not our intent. Our intent is to over-landscape, but not do it with an architectural wall and a berm. Could be possible, but we're running into some constraints with grading with the berm. If we lose this, I understand that's fair, but I will say that we have acquired about 22 properties. We're in the process of acquiring 12 more, and we would probably come back for some adjustment and work with Rob and his team that if we're successful in the properties that we think we're going to be successful, we may just move the whole thing over 10 to 15 feet and do a berm here. But again, I'd rather have the natural vegetation that is along that easterly property line as opposed to taking out existing vegetation to put an architectural wall and a berm. Again, landscaping sometimes is and beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That's just a practical application of I like those trees that are existing. I'm gonna have Jim Kratz on our team. Jim's been the technician on this from our side. Jim is planner. And just having walk you through for just a few minutes here, kind of the line of sight and what we're trying to accomplish here with this.
Jim, thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. I'm James Kratz with North Point Development. Excuse me. 4825 Northwest 41st Street, Suite 500, Riverside, Missouri. Really what it boils down, we're going to step and talk about the factors to be considered. We kind of look at these as 2, 3, 4, and 5. Granting of the variance will not adversely affect the rights of the property owners. The strict application will not constitute an unnecessary hardship. And our variance request will not adversely affect the public health, safety, morals, or order. And granting of the variance is not in opposition to the spirit. So I think what we're proposing is a better option. And we have, on the right is what we're proposing. So we're proposing a berm where we can get it. In some areas we can't get it, but on all areas we will have a double row of evergreen trees. It will be 20 foot on center. The second row would be offset of those 10 feet. So essentially every 10 feet along the residential uses, we will have the screening. This will exceed the requirement of 2 deciduous trees and shrubs every 8 foot on center and a wall. So the 2 options are on the top of the exhibit you see on the screen. Our option is on the right, and you can see how dense that will be as the vegetation grows up and matures. The trees will be 30 to 40 foot tall, and they will also be 20 to 30 foot wide. A deciduous tree will not provide much screening and buffering in the winter, whereas the evergreen trees will provide it year-round. And so on the left, and on the bottom of the screen, we have some sightline exhibits to show the difference in that. The trees will get to be nearly the same height. We'll just have full coverage, full screening. We think it's a better option.
Anything else to add?
We don't have anything else at this time. We can answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicants? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Are there anyone in the audience? Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Yes, sir. Give us your name and address, please.
Good evening. I'm Jason Faust. I live at 829 North 69th Street, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this application.
Okay.
I will introduce a caveat that I will be in part reiterating some of my comments from the email that was submitted to staff for inclusion in your packets. So hopefully you've had the chance to review those, and I apologize for any repetition. I'll refer to the first line of that statement, which is that the Board of Zoning Appeals should reject this application outright based on the basic point that the presentation that the applicant has given today is representative of what I refer to as revision 3 of their plans. This project, the properties were purchased in 2017, and so we've coming upon the 3-year time mark, and we've gone to 3 revisions of their plan set, and they're entertaining a 4th, which is what they were referring to with property acquisition. And at present, the application that was submitted is for revision 3. So if they are proposing a revision 4 by moving the building shown in their picture as building number 3 from its location and moving it west in place of the houses they would be buying, then that would change the legal description of their application and they would have to start all over again. In addition, as I said, this project is almost 3 years old and they still have not figured out the details of how they're going to do anything. I was able to attend the December 30th meeting that they held for the property owners in the area. I believe there are approximately between 8 and 10 property owners that were present. Looking around the room, I see that only I am a property owner present in the room for this meeting. At that particular meeting, as I said, they announced that they had just come up with revision 4, and they had a quick print-up drawn of what it was proposed to do, but that they had not made any decisions whatsoever. Additionally, as they mentioned, they had acquired properties, but they've done it in 2 groups. There's the group that was purchased, which is everything from 747 North 69th Street south to the southern boundary of 69th Street, and excluding everything north of that particular address. My house happens to be 3 houses north of that boundary, that differential marker. Everything south of 747 North 69th Street does not apparently require screening, and it was never proposed. They just purchased the houses in order to get them out of the way. Then they're proposing to do, instead of the minimum requirements of an architectural screen and the landscaping and trees as mentioned, their application is proposing to be allowed a reduction away from that. And as I mentioned in my comments, that opens up the risk that interpretation of that description given of the variance they're requesting actually allows them to be exempted from requiring an architectural screen at all, whereas a berm is considered an architectural screen by definition. And so if they are granted this variance, they could very well omit the berm at their pleasure. Another thing that I had mentioned in my comments in the letter was that there are at least 3 to 5 examples of similar projects that have been constructed in the last approximately 5 years, all of which have been required to meet and exceed these screening requirements, not be allowed a reduction away from it. Only one of the most recent ones was successful in applying for a variance away from that minimum screening, and that was in order to fit themselves around an existing property owner that refused to move. And that was the project for the Copart storage lot at 63rd and Kansas Avenue. In that particular case, all the properties in the surrounding area were all zoned M3, or heavy industrial. Here at this location, you have a situation where all the properties are zoned residential R1, with a few parcels that were in the past rezoned to RP5 apartment district and RM mobile home park. And these developers purchased that land for the purposes of developing this project as we see it being presented to us now. And as I said, they've had up to almost 3 years to figure out how to do this, but yet they're presenting their argument that it's improper and inappropriate zoning to have everything be zoned R1.
Mr. Fouts, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. And given that they are proposing to change this to an MP2 planned general industrial district use for warehousing. I will also comment that at the meeting on December 3rd, they had absolutely no indication or idea of what tenants would be in these spaces, what activity level they'd be having, what vehicle traffic they would be having, any type of plans to mitigate noise and light pollution beyond the standard cowling of hoods, of lights, and other controls. Having said all that, and the fact that revision 3 shows that building number 3, which is located directly behind my house, that's one of the reasons I'm rather interested in this, is being dug into the ground 20 feet below elevation because it's a 46-foot tall building. That is the equivalent of halfway up the 5th floor on this building here in City Hall, and I find it extremely difficult to believe that could be screened successfully, even using the topography to their advantage with simply some evergreen trees.
Mr. Faust, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Faust before he steps away from the microphone? For how long? Motion to approve and second for a five-minute increase in time. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay. Go ahead and continue if you've got some more.
Thank you, Chairman. Additionally, there are other examples set forth of projects that were industrially zoned, either already or changed to industrial zoning, that were located next to residential uses. And again, the comparison is based on the fact that all of the residential properties along 69th Street and 65th Street, including Buchanan's Crossing, the exception of Buchanan's Crossing, have all been in place for up to 70 years' time. So again, there's no unfair surprise by moving this industrial project into the area and changing the zoning to that effect, that they should be encumbered to meet and exceed the screening that's required by ordinance. It's not optional, it's not suggestive, it's not unfairly put upon them, it is required by ordinance. At the meeting on December 30th, where they spoke about their concepts, they did make mention of their crown jewel, if you will, their pride and joy, which is their industrial park in Riverview, Missouri, directly across the river from Kansas City, Kansas, as an example of not only what this project would look like, but how it would stand to be a not necessarily an eyesore or an encumbrance on the neighborhood and have an ill effect like everyone was expecting it to. I'd like to point out that that reference is unfortunately flawed because the Riverside, Missouri Industrial Park is an industrial park set off by itself on a river plain bounded by the Missouri River on the west and south, and 635 interstate on the south and east. And then the nearest residential use is a high school up on the hill, top of the cliff there. So there's not really a fair comparison between that and this project being shoehorned into an existing residential district on 3 sides. And again, that's all single-family houses that have been constructed for up to 70 years' time. The application of the question of the zoning mismatch with Apex CDL, the truck driving school, and the Salvation Army Harbor Lights Village is not necessarily germane to this issue because those uses can exist in a residential district, and in more modern cases, they would be done by special use permit exception. Another example that fits the bill here is Clark Power Equipment at 7030 Caw Drive. is located on industrially zoned land, and there happens to be a residential apartment complex at the top of the hill to their west. And they were required to install a screening fence built to commercial design guidelines, including masonry columns and 8 feet tall, in order to provide the screening against their use to that residential district, even though it was located well above them and far away. The Legends area, the plaza at the Speedway, is another example where the entire rear of that property is screened by an 8-foot tall wooden fence built to commercial design guideline standards, and it extends the entire length because they are bounded on the north by an entire residential neighborhood, which was constructed slightly before their development of the Sam's Club, the Kohl's, the Walmart, et cetera. All the way still out in the Legends area, the 10,000 Lafayette Avenue is B Street Collision. They are a commercial development where they put an auto body shop in place, and despite the fact that it is not, it's surrounded by agricultural land that's not yet developed, but they were still required to install a full screening fence, essentially, like all these other examples, meeting and exceeding the screening requirements. So based on those examples, those precedents being set, and the lack of absolutely concise information and the difference between the proposed plan and then the new proposed plan after they buy the land, I would reiterate my statement that the Board of Zoning Appeals should deny this application.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Faust before he steps away from the microphone? Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition to this request? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Miles, do you want to come up to the podium? Do you want to address anything that Mr. Faust had to say with regard to?
Yeah, I'll just maybe address the plan changing. From the intent of where we had the business park to now, I mean, it sounded like we didn't know what we were doing. We've had 12 people reach out to us in the last week saying that they want to sell. We had 15 people before that. So what we thought was a plan continues to grow because we have the surrounding property owners continuing to contact us to say, would you entertain a purchase of our property? We acquire, we close, the plan changes a little bit because of that. So we were constrained by that. We also were completing design with KTA and KDOT on the final design of the interchange, access, where the entrance is, where Taromie will be extended as part of that. So it wasn't for lack of trying. We were just throwing at a dartboard at a high rate of speed while in a car doing that. So it's been a plan that's morphed over time because of those two major factors.
Okay. Any additional questions for Mr. Miles before he steps away? Okay, we'll close the public portion of the meeting and we will get staff comment.
So I'm not so worried about the trucking company or the Cables Motel and the screening for those, but the residential screening is very important. And I think that in the areas where they are adjacent to residential uses existing or in the, you know, they buy some of them out, then that wouldn't apply. But they ought to follow a screening plan like Plaza at the Speedway or Amazon. There's going to be a lot of trucks, a lot of backup beepers, and if there's folks in houses there, they need more than just a row of evergreens. They need the berm, they need the fence, they need the evergreens. They need a lot more than what is required to make sure that the industrial neighbor that moves in doesn't interfere with the residential living. And that's where we're really trying to go here. I mean, even the presentation even said that the trees that aren't evergreen trees don't do the trick here. And so just leaving those trees that are there won't screen this effectively. It would help, but only when the trees had leaves for the most part. So what we want to do is where there's residences adjacent to this property, make sure that they can't see this. And there might be, you know, if they're up high and the residences are down low, we need to work on the noise and how we prevent the noise and do that, and where we place the berm to do the screening. But it needs to be fully screened, and we need to make sure that the noise from the trucks, the lights from the parking lot don't interfere with the residential living. I mean, this use is coming to this neighborhood where many of these people live for a very long time, and it's no different than we've done when we had other uses that were going to move in adjacent to neighbors, that were going to have lots of trucks and lots of truck noise related to them. For that reason, with the exception of the area adjacent to the Cables Motel and the trucking company, I'd recommend denial, except for those two locations on the north.
Are there questions for staff? Go ahead, Commissioner Reasons.
So Rob, you're saying basically, he's got it listed here from areas 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for where the berms or the screening's supposed to be. So you're saying you still want to see it happen on 1, 2, 3, and 5, but 4, you have a little more wiggle room on, or?
I think that other site also includes the Salvation Army, and I still want to protect the Salvation Army. So it's just not adjacent to the trucking company and adjacent to the hotel. And even the fact, they're going to have to go past the Salvation Army a little bit because of the way the sound's going to travel and the light's going to work, but it wouldn't be the whole length of the trucking company, I don't think.
Commissioner Serta?
Quick clarification. So the trucking company is it legal non-conforming now? I didn't understand the existing residential zoning there. Like,
State that one more time, please.
is it the trucking company that's on residential property?
Yeah, it has a special use permit for the truck driving school.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's what triggers the screening requirement there, is the zoning of the property. So in substance, variance there would really be premised on the use of that property as opposed to the zoning, whereas the, requiring it to be maintained on the other properties that are residences, that are purely residential, is more consistent with the ordinance.
Well, I mean, the ordinance does say residentially used or residentially zoned, because you don't know. I mean, it anticipates an undeveloped piece of residential property that might be agriculture.
Yeah.
And so, or in that case, if the Salvation Army wanted to expand and move over, I mean, they would have to do a lot more than just use their residential zoning, but they have a special use permit for their facility there now, I believe. But that's the way that the code is written now, and it just anticipates a future residential use on residentially zoned land. And so I think here, by the trucking company and by the motel, even though it's zoned residential, that's not what the use is, and I think we could legitimately do the variance there. But for the rest of the residential, I mean, in the next meeting, when we're talking about the special use permit, we're going to be asking for significantly more screening in all these areas except around the trucking company and the motel.
Well, the reason I asked that is if we were going to break them apart in that way, I would want to be clear on a rationale for why we would actually grant a variance in one case and not in the other.
Well, I think that it is the existing commercial use of those properties.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Ernst?
Isn't it difficult to approve anything based on the fact that the plan may change?
Well, I don't think that, basically what we're saying is that part is probably not going to change. That north property line is not going to change in this. I don't think they have plans to acquire either of those properties unless Brent taps me on the shoulder and tells me I'm wrong, but I'm not aware of that. And then everything else we're saying no to. So I think in this area where we don't think it's going to change, I think it's okay.
I understand that part, but to allow them to pick and choose, if you will, when we don't have a complete plan.
Well, if they change the plan, if they change the plan, they'll have to come back and see us again. I mean, if they extend beyond, they'll either have to meet the code or come see you all again. I mean, even though people say they want to sell, there's no agreements on that, I don't think. So, I mean, it is a little bit of a moving target, but they are well aware that if they change their plan, they've got to come back.
Mr. Serta?
I just want to ask that question a slightly different way, Rob. If we were to approve a variance there and those other plans never materialized, there's no screening there, and there's no requirement for screening there.
Only by the hotel and to the extent that it's not needed for the Salvation Army, the truck company. If the houses stayed on the north-south street on the northwest side, they would have to do screening there and protect those houses.
So that's right there by that senior development too? They had to do screening?
It's off to it's beyond the Salvation Army. It's-
Right, right.
The senior one's further east of the trucking company.
Yeah.
Right.
I think this is Salvation, well, let me look at this again. Yeah. So this is the Salvation Army, and this is the senior living, and so it would be screened on this side, as, all this would be screened.
Okay.
Further questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Actually, I have a question.
Okay.
This is for staff, either for legal or for Rob. If we were to approve a modified request, what form would that take? Would it be simply approval of that with specific stipulations, or would we need to deny this request as worded?
You could word it as approve only or deny everything but. I don't think it matters either way.
Either way, it's substantively the same. Okay.
Any further questions? Stand for a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals deny case 2365 as not in compliance with the city ordinances, subject to staff comments.
There's a motion for denial based on the reasons stated by the maker, by Commissioner Ernst. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for denial. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
No.
Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this application for the reasons outlined passes 5 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay, thank you. This does conclude the agenda. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman, I'm sorry, we have one more thing to do. We need to elect our officers for 2020, please, the chairman and the vice chairman.
All right, yes, thank you. So we need a nomination for a chairman for the Board of Zoning Appeals. Okay, any other nominees? Okay, seeing none, Janet, how do we need to do? We just a hand vote or a roll call?
We can just do a voice vote.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I will be the chairman for 2020. Yeah. Yes. I can't, I'm sorry, I should be a little happier like the people that left earlier. I guess yeah, the guy that does the motorcycle when he starts up. Okay, that will conclude the agenda for
No,
the,
we gotta do a vice
No?
chairman.
oh, we need a nomination for vice chairman, excuse me. Okay, there's a nomination for Dr. Serta. Is there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of Dr. Serta as Vice Chair of Board of Zoning Appeals, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Now, that concludes the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda. If you'll give us 5 minutes, we will convene the Planning and Zoning Commission. Go ahead and call the City Planning Commission to order. I do appreciate your patience with us. We had a long Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. So Ms. Parker will read the opening statement and we'll get started.
We would like to welcome all present to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, January 30, 2020. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. As each application is called, we would ask that all those, both for and against, to please come to the front of the room. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker at the podium may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the Commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. Also, all items or exhibits submitted and/or shown either to the Planning Commission or staff during the hearing will be retained and become part of the official record of these proceedings. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by calling the Urban Planning and Land Use Department at 573-5750 tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. If you are interested in an item, you should appear promptly on January 30, 2020 at 7 p.m. to see what action is taken or to ask that it be removed from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda. Items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to come to the microphone and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff recommendation. All items not removed from the consent agenda will be approved by the Commission with the staff recommendation. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts with regard to any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. We appreciate the attendance of those here this evening, and we recognize the seriousness of each case and each person's opinions, but would like to request that each side keep their comments as concise as possible. Your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for this evening's hearing will again receive them for the hearing on Thursday, January 30, 2020. We ask that anyone with a cell phone to please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the December 9, 2019 City Planning Commission minutes. Special use permit application SP 2020-4, Joe Heydrich with Cactus Bed Properties. Renewal of a special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 4313 Rainbow Boulevard. Special use permit application SP 2026, Stephanie Worth with KVC Kansas. Renewal of a special use permit for short-term youth foster care at 316 to 334 North 38th Street. Special use permit SP 2027, Frederick Avery with Avery's Village. Renewal of a special use permit for a youth residential facility at 6261 Leavenworth Road. Special use permit application SP 2028, Ann and Roy Baugh. Renewal of a home occupation special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 1615 North 86th Street. Special use permit application SP 2029, Alma Mendoza. Renewal of a special use permit for auto detailing and used car sales at 741 Washington Boulevard. Special use permit application SP 2020-10, Ruby Martin with Hilltop Saddle Club. Renewal of a special use permit for a trailer to hold monthly meetings and storage of supplies for Horse Riding Club at 5025 Muncie Drive. Special use permit SP 2020-11, D. Scott Cummings with Tire and Wheel. Renewal of a special use permit for tire sales and light mechanical auto work at 3748 State Avenue. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publications in the Echo, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone comes forward and asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to have anything removed from the consent agenda for special consideration? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone on the commission that wants anything removed for special consideration? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the items on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Serta. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of all the special use permit renewals subject to the staff's comments and suggestions passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those special use permits will be heard before the Unified Government Board of Commissioners on January 30th at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
That concludes the that concludes the consent agenda, and the commission will now move on to the non-consent agenda. The commission would request that when an applicant hears their application being called, that they move forward to the microphone along with those for and against in order to keep the meeting moving. Our first application is change of zone 3212, Anisha M. Evans Rourke. Change of zone from R1B Single Family District to R2B Two Family District for a duplex at 2815 North 20th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated December 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
My name is Anisha Rourke, and I'm here for 2815 North 20th Street. It was a R2 multi-unit dwelling when we purchased it, and it got rezoned, and we were not aware, to an R1 single-family dwelling. We're just trying to get it rezoned back. We were renovating it, and they came and put a stop work order and said that it was zoned as a single-family, not a multi-unit, and we had already did 2 gas lines, 2 water lines, and had it set up as 2 units, so that's where this came about.
So this was already a duplex?
Yes.
Okay, or a multi-unit dwelling?
Correct. And I don't know when it got changed over. They looked and they said it looks like it was back in the late 90s or the early 2000s, but I never got notification. I wasn't aware.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner?
Just a quick one. How long have you owned the unit? The building?
Since 96.
Commissioner Connolly?
So you said it already had 2 water meters and 2 gas meters?
It's been a multi-unit dwelling since we owned it, so I don't know when it got rezoned or how that happened. Because we never requested it unless the city just did it or something.
It was never, Commissioners, it was never rezoned. If they, it might have been on the assessor's rolls as a duplex, and they have a zoning category on there, but that's not the same zoning that we use. It's very confusing, and lots of folks get confused by this, but this has been R1 for years. It was never rezoned for for land use purposes. It was still built that way. I mean, we're not disputing that. It was still built as a duplex.
We're just cleaning it up. All right. Any further questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to the request? Seeing none, we'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Serta, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this change of zone, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes. 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on January 30th at 7 p.m. in this room.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 items that we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Master Plan Amendment MP 2020-1, Nathaniel Hagedorn with North Point Development. Master Plan Amendment from low-density residential and mixed use to industrial at 747 North 69th Street. Change of zone application 3213. Change of zone from R1 single family, RPM planned mobile home, park district, RP5 planned apartment, and CP2 planned general business districts to MP2 planned general industrial district for a logistics park for warehousing, distribution, and light manufacturing business. And Turner Logistics East preliminary plat for 9 lots. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 9, 29, that should be January 13, 2020, the application of their documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated December 19, 2019 for the change of zone and master plan amendment, the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019, and all the testimony from the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting this evening. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. I know you look familiar, but go ahead and
Good-
give us your
good
name and
evening,
address and
Commissioners. Board members, commissioners, I guess you're commissioners now. We have just a presentation here, a little bit more context. Obviously, you just heard this from the Board of Zoning Appeals side. But again, my name is Brent Miles, one of the owners and founders of North Point, and we're the large industrial developer that just happens to be based here in the Kansas City metro area. Done a lot of projects here in Wyandotte County. A little bit of context. We originally started a park just south of here. That ultimately became the park for Amazon. And with that, we had worked with KDOT and KTA, and everyone had envisioned from, I think, the unified government, from the Board of Commissioners standpoint, to KDOT, to KTA, to the federal government, that eventually the Turner Diagonal interchange would be reconfigured. The bowl, as I said earlier, the bowl of spaghetti would go away. Many of you probably know why, but that was the end of the toll in way back when Jeff was learning how to drive.
thank you. You're not helping your case. but
Okay,
go ahead.
sorry.
Continue.
So again, just a little bit about us. We own about 75 million square feet across the country in 22 states. We build speculative buildings, meaning we build a building and then we would work with one of our various national clients, whether that's Adidas or Patagonia or New Balance shoes or somebody like that, and they would fill the space and then we would build another building and the park would build out over a number of years. We have projected that with the unified government in our development agreement that it would probably take 5 to 7 years to build out the entire park. I reference that in that we do have a development agreement with the unified government. Just a little bit of backstory here. You'll see it here. You can see the new interchange overlaid here of what that will look like ultimately as they start construction. And I'd say even over the next 60 and 90 days, you're going to start seeing some pretty big changes happening in here. A year from today, that interchange will be done. Pending this application, there will be a building built and will be most likely completed by this time that we're standing here a year from now. And if all goes as planned, there will be a great Fortune 100 company in that building, and we're starting another one or two of those. That development agreement made very big national headlines and made local headlines. We worked in tandem with the unified government, KDOT and KTA, for a joint funding agreement to pay for this new interchange. And that joint funding agreement envisioned this project generating tax revenues over a period of time. The unified government gets paid back for their participation. There had to be a matching grant, as well as North Point Development put in cash directly into the project as well to make that happen. We were fortunate that we had Secretary Chow here for a visit when she came to Kansas, and we had her on site. Secretary Chow is Secretary of Transportation for the federal government, and told her our story about KCK and Wyandotte County and the unified government. And then we were 0 for 3, and Secretary Chow heard our story, and on our fourth turn of the application, us, unified government, KDOT, KTA, were successful in getting essentially a $30 million infrastructure. That's a really big win in this, as we know, political environment. So with that comes the industrial park. As you heard in the BZA component, we have been, over time, we had acquired a majority of the land area, not the number of parcels, but we had enough to substantiate a project with the interchange just on our own. While it's not here before you tonight, I would say just west of the College Parkway Turner Diagonal, you'll see that orange outline. That is an outline of the properties that we currently own or have under contract. So what you're seeing tonight is just one half of the overall project. There will be another project on the other side of College Parkway that will come before you probably within the next 6 to 9 months. Again, comments back to the BZA, we've had 3 or 4 property owners just over the last several weeks agree to a sale price. So we have a lot of moving parts here on the west side, and we're still working on the infrastructure on that with KDOT and KTA and timing. So we decided to focus our application on the east side. We held a neighborhood meeting, as you saw. My general number, I'd say north of 90% of the people that came out to that community meeting, maybe closer to 95%. We either have contracts with now or verbal agreements that are proceeding to a contract for acquisition. So we've had really good result, I would say, from landowners here. Bluntly, I know that there is a person that is not happy with the project that we'll be talking about it tonight. We have not been ignoring him. We're only as good as the last person to say yes, so we've been working our way up 69th Street on acquisition. It doesn't make sense to skip ahead to do acquisition. So this is a example, building examples. These are parks that we've built. These are all in the Kansas City Metro. We're proud of these. These range from Kansas City, Missouri to Belton, Missouri to Riverside. We have done Cobb Point, which was before you all several years ago. That was the redevelopment of the public levee space down in Fairfax, where Fairfax Trafficway is. It has the large Lewis and Clark on the side that lights up at night. That's us, and rebuilt public access into Cobb Point Park. We redeveloped the former GM plant that was demolished in 1985 in the Fairfax industrial area to support GM and their efforts with one of our buildings. So you've probably seen our buildings in the area. With this park, we'll be the largest industrial owner in Wyandotte County. Mr. Wilhite has been here much longer than we have, but this park will actually add enough square footage to surpass him on the list. You can see the site plan a little bit more here in terms of the buildings. Obviously, we talked a little bit tonight about setback, screening and requirements. Obviously, we'll be, with the denial of that, we'll be making adjustments from the BZA into this plan as it relates to it. This building shows, plan shows 4 buildings. And again, we are still continuing to work on acquisitions up 69th Street. We've acquired the west side of 69th Street now, which is new since this plan was developed. Just this part of the park, we'll be investing from our funds about $100 million. The other side of the park is somewhere between $75 and $100 million. So all told, we'll have $175 to $200 million of Kansas City money into this park. So big capital investment, big job creator. Obviously, Amazon was a big job creator as well. This half of the park, we project about 780 jobs. The other half of the park, probably around the 6 to 700 mark. So somewhere all told, 1,500 new jobs in the park. I mean, that's, we've seen that throughout the Kansas City Metro on parks. That lines up with what we've done in other parks in the community. We've talked a little bit about the screening, line of sight, and we'll maybe bore you with all those details again. I think we had a pretty thorough conversation from the last hearing, but again, landscape requirements, will now obviously with the denial of that, be working with planning staff on that revised plan. These buildings are all concrete tilt, tilt construction, what we call institutional grade. Our financial partner on this park will be Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance, so that we have our funding in place. Going through that process with them as well, which I think lends to say this is a park that's built for a 40 or 50 year lifespan, if not longer. It's a very long lifespan park. We've talked a little bit about Jim's presentation here on the landscaping and buffering and lines of sight. And again, you saw the pictures of the real thing, but we just put these in here as well. I think they're in your packet. These are the elevations of those buildings. So I would happy to answer any questions that you may have overall the park and the timeline and our proposal.
Thank you. Any questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of this project? Please come forward. Anyone want to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Go ahead and give us your name and address again for the record, please.
Good evening, I'm Jason Faust. I live at 829 North 69th Street.
Okay, we will incorporate your testimony from the Board of Zoning Appeals into this, so is there anything additional that you want to add in addition to your testimony that we've previously heard?
Yes, it'll be pertaining more to the items lower on my comments included in your staff reports that pertain to this project rather than the Board of Zoning Appeals, meaning the change of zone application. The major concerns involved in this process, I should begin by saying that to the gentleman's point about their methodical and slow contacting people as they go up the street, for disclosure purposes, I will say that I was contacted today, this afternoon, by a representative from North Point, or a representative of North Point, but that was the first contact made, apart from my attending their neighborhood meeting on December 30th. There's nothing more to that other than that we've made initial contact. The proposal to go to a MP2 planned industrial district in this neighborhood is essentially a reiteration of what I said before, that they are essentially shoehorning this type of use into an existing residential district. And from the gentleman's comments earlier, referencing the Amazon site directly to the south, the proposed east half of this development, which is what we've been talking about up till now, excluding the orange outlined west half, is at least 2, if not 3 times larger than Amazon by acreage, and also the amount of buildings that they're putting in. Additionally, remind that the buildings are being proposed at 46 feet of elevation. 46-foot tall industrial building is arguably the largest and tallest industrial building west of 18th Street all the way to Piper. So they would be, as they claim, the largest owner of industrial land in the KCK area, but it's going to be concentrated heavily in these areas here with Amazon, then this proposed east half and the proposed west half. The reason that's a concern is, apart from the BOSA comments about screening and concerns we have about effect on the neighborhood, is that up until now there has been no delineation whatsoever about what type of activity will be going on in this complex. The reason that's a concern is because an MP2 industrial district has a very extensive list of things that are allowed to happen. So they've been focusing primarily on retail and warehousing, but it can also be things to include automotive repair, welding shops. You pretty much have an extensive list that you can only narrow down by excluding the things that are only allowed in an M3 district, like waste management, animal processing, and things along those lines. So because they've not had the ability to answer that question of what they plan to do, or I should say answer more specifically and concretely what they plan to do, and when questioned at the December 30th meeting, they did not adopt any additional measures or willingness to adopt any additional measures to mitigate activities that might happen on the property by limiting them to certain types of businesses or certain types of activities. Also, they were not willing to adopt any hour limitations, maximum number of vehicle limitations, traffic pattern issues. We talked before about the different revisions of the plan, so we're still looking at revision 3 in this slide. And the change that's happened here from revision 2 is that they only have one entrance into this entire complex, which will be coming off of College Parkway, and heavily relying on the new interchange to get onto I-70. When the representatives were asked at the December 30th meeting, had they considered any other locations for this type of project where such a use could be more easily fit in and still have a large acreage of land easily developable with close proximity to the highways, they responded that no, they had not considered any other sites whatsoever, despite the fact that there is quite large tracts of land throughout the rest of Wyandotte County that have those features. But as they admitted in the meeting before the Board of Commissioners in May of 2019, that they chose this land for cost purposes. Additionally, at the December 30th meeting, when asked about mitigation of noise and light concerns, they gave assurances that their lights would shine down and they wouldn't cause any ill effect to the neighbors around. Again, this is based off of the plans that were submitted at the beginning of December that we're looking at now, not including changes that might be on potential revision 4.
Mr.
And
Louts, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have 1 minute.
thank you. And including any potential land acquisition that might go along with this. The same issue applies as with the Board of Zoning Appeals, that any change of land acquisition would change their description, which would mean that they would have to reapply for either of these items to take place. I would also say that for counterexamples, the only other locations where there's large concentrations of industrial uses in the Fairfax area, the Armourdale area, and Caw Drive by 435 in the southwest corner of the county. Their building in Fairfax is nowhere near any residential use and doesn't really stand as an example of screening requirements or easy fitting in with residential use. Examples in Armourdale show the negative reasons why relocating industrial uses next to existing residential uses and vice versa is counterproductive and not satisfactory to either party. So I would humbly request that the City Planning Commission, at a minimum, consider holding over this application until the items listed have been resolved, either through the land acquisition or whatever change they might have, whether they adopt revision 4 or not. If not, dismissing it outright.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Miles, is there anything you'd like to address based on the comment from one of the neighbors?
Yeah, I don't want to have a debate with the gentleman here, but we've contacted him before today, multiple times.
Can you provide a clarification? How many homes will abut the project?
One's,
Approximately
6 to 7, maybe?
In
6 to 7.
How many are in the neighborhood that's after you've made the acquisitions that you?
No, the ones that we have a verbal contract, I'd say that abuts are maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. What's the total number of houses in the neighborhood that adjoins?
Maybe 12.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe 12.
Okay.
That's a guess.
That's just on the west though, right? Does that include the stuff on the east?
Oh, that's right, Rob, I'm sorry. Yeah, it would be more on the east, sorry.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how many residences are impacted
Yeah, probably more like 14 or 15
total?
Yeah, total.
Okay.
I would say. The comment about the height, we're lower than Amazon. 46 is lower. Amazon is a triple mezzanine, 3 stories inside. I'm quite sure our clear height's 46. I remember going through the zoning process for that. I believe it's 60 off memory. I don't have it in front of me. And just for reference, he used some statistics about the size comparison. Amazon's 2.4 million under roof, which is more. He said acreage, that's correct. It's 130 acres, but it's 2.4 million under roof because it's an 830,000 square foot building, triple mezzanine.
Okay.
So I think that's just for clarity.
Sure. All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you. Brent, he mentioned the one access point. Could you, I'm sorry to have you come back up, but would you address that so that it's clear to
Yeah,
the commission what's going on with that?
But by choice, we did at one access point, and that was to self-contain inside the park as opposed to having truck traffic go up 69th Street or truck traffic connect to 65th. I think that's something that we work kind of hand in hand with Planning Commission, and then also providing the emergency access Knoxbach gate so that fire, if there was something, we would have emergency access. But our intent was specifically related to trying to keep one access point, and that's to the new interchange to direct all the traffic from this part of the park to the west so that we hit College Parkway and 70 as opposed to 65th Street or 69th Street. That was intentional. As it relates to uses, again, with the M2 zoning, we were fine with all those uses that were in it. Typically, you don't define what you will or won't use inside the M2 zoning, whatever zoning it is. So M2 zoning was appropriate for us because we don't know. We're limited by use, but we don't know if it's going to be, like I said, New Balance or Patagonia or We do have some light industrial. We hardly ever, I can't think of a park that we've done in Kansas City where I would say there's heavy industrial. Even the one that we did in Fairfax is final part assembly to go into the GM plant. There's nothing heavy, no manufacturing.
Okay. Rob, other questions while he's at the microphone? Okay.
So here's where he's talking about the emergency access for fire. If this were to be blocked, they could come around here. When we talked with them about, one of their earlier iterations had an access over to 65th Street. And we just thought with the Amazon employee access on 65th Street and what Google might do in the cab of a truck, you might have trucks that would come down State Avenue to 65th Street and not just off the interstate right into here. I mean, this is going to be a private street, correct? Yes. So this is a private street. So this is the federal highway property. They're going to be on our streets that we have to maintain for about 1,000 feet, maybe 1,500 feet. And we did that intentionally so that the truck traffic would stay off of State Avenue, out of the commercial districts, out of the residential areas. And this would, at least on the truck side and the traffic side, keep all the traffic to this area right here. And it's all being designed to, what did I do? There we go. It's all being designed to accommodate that traffic. There'll be wider turn radiuses and all those kind of things in this when they come forward with their final plans. As we mentioned during the Board of Zoning Appeals hearing, the issue that we want to make sure is dealt with appropriately here is the screening of the residences, and we basically said it would be Plaza at the Speedway style. You know, if they've got to add a wall to make the slope work out right, they're going to have to add a wall or two to make the slopes work out right. It is, that just is what it is. We need to protect the people that have lived there and the residential neighborhoods that have been there. And, you know, this is a brand new neighborhood being built, and you have houses all along the south side here, one or two right here, and then whatever might remain on this side. But, so this is a Salvation Army. So what the Board of Zoning Appeals said is that, you know, in this area, they wouldn't have to do any of the more significant screening. But the rest of this, where it's all zoned residential around here, or over here, if those properties remain, will have a very legitimate screening system that avoids the light, the noise, and the other nuisances of industrial development to the residential area. To Mr. Faust's point, if they acquire more land, they'll have to come back and amend their plan. So if they do acquire more property and they want to incorporate it in this project, then they'll have to come back. And, you know, that's not unlike other projects. I mean, I would almost, you know, we've had projects where they showed us a plan, then every time something else comes in, they come back and change the plan they showed us. I don't know which is better or worse, but they're showing us a plan that they can build now, and if they change that, they'll come back to us. With those comments, we'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report, so far as that they don't violate the terms of the Board of Zoning Appeals action.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
Yes.
Commissioner Serta?
I didn't have a question.
I'm sorry. Anyone else have a question for staff? Okay, we'll need 3 emotions, correct, Janet?
Right.
First one being the master plan amendment.
Correct.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on the master plan amendment.
Motion to approve MP 2020-1.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Serta, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauley?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of Master Plan Amendment MP 2020-1 passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, now a motion for change of zone.
Motion to approve change of zone. Second.
Motion to approve change of zone made by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Pauley. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauley?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
And the last one will be on preliminary plat.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve preliminary plat made by Commissioner Curtis, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the preliminary plat subject to the staff stipulations passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. These will all be heard again on January 30th at 7 p.m. in this room. Thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, that now takes us to the special use permits. The first one is SP 2019-70, Hickory Union Moto. Special use permit for a community motorcycle garage for do-it-yourself repair and storage of your own motorcycle at 10 South James Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated May 16, 2019, the notices to property owners dated May 16, June 3rd, July 1st, August 5th, September 2nd, November 1st, and December 3rd, 2019, and all the testimony given at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting this evening. Does any member of the board of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address again for the record and tell us again about the project.
Ron Grotenhouse, and I live at 1714 South Drum Avenue in Independence, Missouri. I'm here representing Bolin Waters LLC, which is the property owner. And I think we'd like to just carry everything forward from the Board of Zoning Appeals and add to that the special use permit. We're applying to the commercial design guidelines and striping the parking spaces, including one accessible space, and planting 5 trees just to the kind of south in that little triangular area. And I'll open it up for questions.
Questions for the petitioner? Yes, Commissioner Serta.
Can you describe how use of alcohol will happen? Is that simply alcohol consumption on premises by customers?
We've had, in the past, we've had some special events. We'll have like an open shop party or an open house. We've also had a few fundraising events for people who have been injured by motorcycles, and a vintage iron show, which is an annual show. And for those, we apply for a, a temporary permit for alcohol with the state and with the unified government, and a temporary event permit.
But would the actual, per those state permits, would that sale or use of alcohol be limited to members, or is it open?
It's open to the public, but it's limited time frame, and it's limited to 4 or less per year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Important detail. Thank you.
But their members could bring their own beer in and drink. Right. They could if they
Sure
wanted to, but
could,
it's the sale that is concerning.
Exactly.
That's been what we've talked about a lot in the last few months.
And what about the size of these events? When you do the special events, since we just approved a parking variance, what does that do to the number of people that are at the facility?
Right. And in some of the presentation, you could probably see adjacent places where people could park that are actually owned by no one. Underneath the viaduct where the trucks are parked over there is property that's not owned by anyone. The size of the events do require some extra parking, and that's where we direct people to park, is where those trucks are. There's not any trucks on a regular basis, and it's property that's not defined by any boundaries or parcel number. So basically, I think it's a city easement. It's a mystery actually who owns it, but it's a paved lot, and it's immediately adjacent to our building by walking underneath the viaduct.
Okay. Commissioner Serta?
Sorry, one other little detail question. Will the events extend beyond your regular hours of operations that are stated in the application?
Yes, events go to, I think the alcohol permit is good until 1 o'clock in the evening. Yeah.
And-
But we could limit that if we wanted
But
to.
typically, you've run the events that late?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
And there's no live entertainment or anything like that at these events?
we do have entertainment, and we pull up temporary permit for entertainment as well.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this project? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, second by Commissioner Reasons for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on January 30th at 7 p.m. in this room.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications that we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Special use permit SP 2019-80. Home occupation special use permit for short-term rental Airbnb at 338 North 14th Street. And special use permit application SP 2019-81 Eric Anderson with KC Viking Realty LLC. Home occupation special use permit for short-term rental Airbnb at 334 North 14th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 13, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated June 12, July 1, August 7, September 2, and October 28, 2019. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to note for the Planning Commission that you held this over, both these applications over, from the October 14th, 2019 meeting for the staff and applicants to meet and discuss the details of both applications, so when the Planning Commission makes their decision, they will have the true and accurate history of the property. All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us again about these projects and tell us what has happened since our last meeting.
Yes, sir. My name is Alex Repschult. My colleague, I believe, will be right back. His name is Eric Anderson. I own the property 338 North 14th Street, and I actually have a PowerPoint on it, if we can bring that up. If you could go in right into the slide. Oh, thank you, sir. So the first thing I'd like to acknowledge that we've made mistakes throughout this process. This was my first attempt to apply for a special use permit. This is one of the reasons why we moved the original date over to this far into January. And, you know, we've learned a lot. So some of the concerns that were mentioned at the neighborhood meeting that we've addressed, the main one being what about the school? And to be clear, there's a school that's right across the street from my property, 338 North 14th Street. It's within 50 feet. There are children that play in the parking lot pretty much on a daily basis, and they're chaperoned by a few adults. So I made a little video that helps describe how we use our security systems and how we plan to keep children safe and operate our business. So I'm just going to go ahead and talk. So this is the security system we decided to use. It's with Vivint Smart Home. And right here on the left here, and forgive me, I'm at the mercy of where we are in the video, but in a second you're going to see my cursor from the video, which is right here, move over to this little icon right here. So what this does is it allows me to arm the security system involved with this unit. There's a motion sensor inside of the property, and this allows us to control whether or not we have the right people inside of the unit at all times. I can drag the icon, which is right here to the left or the right. Staying simply just means that like the exterior systems are armed, and the right mean leaving is that if anyone enters the property and they trip the motion sensor, we get a notification immediately, and then Vivint will actually call us to let us know that someone is in the unit or something is in the unit, and they ask us whether or not we should alert local authorities. So in any second I'm about to do that. There we go. So the next feature is the fact that I can actually control the door and the door code. So I can actually lock the unit remotely and unlock it. So if anyone was going to be a nuisance or a problem, I can choose to lock them out and then have them comply with our rules. So I do have complete control of the unit. And then in the middle here is a screenshot. I can view the door camera. There's a door camera right above the doorbell. It's got a live feed, so I can open it at any time that I want from my phone or from a computer. And what it'll do is that whenever someone's walking up to the entranceway, it'll notify me when someone's arrived. So when I receive that notification or someone from my team receives that notification, we just verify that the right person is in the unit. And this is part of our screening process. We require all the guests to send a photo ID or have a profile picture, and then they verify 2 forms of ID so we can validate whether or not we have the right person who's arriving. If anyone extra arrives, we contact them immediately, and we ensure that they're in a correspondence to our house rules and that the right people are there and not someone who's unauthorized. So I'm about to go, and this is just a clip. So each of the motion sensor activated events, when someone arrives, they create these little events, and I can watch and verify the right people are coming into the unit. So if someone was not supposed to be shown up, we just arm the unit, the alarm goes off, they leave, and then we lock the door. So this is in the conclusion of this slide. So I believe I can just move on to the next, maybe. Okay. I think, there we go. Okay, this is just a copy of our house rules. I just want to highlight a few because in the effort to save some time. So we don't allow any smoking parties or events. One of the other security systems that we have is that we have a monitoring device. So we can't, we're not allowed to have recording devices inside of the unit, audio or visual. So what we settle for is we have a device that monitors the decibel level, so we always know like how loud the unit is. So currently we have the setting at if the unit exceeds 60 decibels, which would be the equivalent of some loud music, we immediately get a notification, and this is how we monitor for if someone all of a sudden decided to have like a party in the unit. We get notified right away, and then we have an autoresponder that sends them a message letting them know that they need to turn their music down, otherwise we send someone over there. So I did not do that. Can someone help me? I apologize. Thank you, sir. Okay, 1 before. Okay, so we don't allow smoking, vaping, or marijuana also, And the control on that method is that our system's tied into our smoke detectors, and they're very sensitive. So immediately when someone decides to do that, we once again receive a notification that the smoke detector has gone off, and then we're alerted right away so we can handle it. We have fees associated with these rules so that we can control the unit, and we're not just leaving ourselves to an eviction. Fees for unapproved guests are $20 per day per person per reservation, and they add up quick. We had one party over the last year with one of our other units, and that was over New Year's Eve, and we had the issue resolved within an hour. So, okay, that's all I want to cover for house rules. So just to recap, we have keyless entry, we can control the door code, we control the lock. It's 24/7 monitored by Vivint, and then we monitor the recorded events. It's connected directly with local authorities, so if there was an issue such as a fire, I don't even need to authorize it. Local authorities will respond to the unit, and then we can talk directly to the guests through the doorbell, so we're always in communication with the guests, and they don't have to go wandering or basically disturb the neighbors. So we track all noises, and we monitor it so that it doesn't exceed our quiet hours at 10 p.m. And once again, they don't disturb the neighbors. So we believe that we've accomplished this objective, that we are going to keep the kids safe at the school next door. It's definitely a lot safer than it was before, where we had a long-term tenant in there. We didn't have any of these in place. So we've definitely improved that. One of the questions that we were asked at the neighborhood meeting as well was why here in KCK. The simple reason is because I live there. My other units are much closer to the plaza. I don't intend to expand out in KCK. It's just because I live there. That's very convenient. And I'm a homeowner, just along with other people in the area. I obviously don't want a terrible experience for myself as well, so I have a natural interest or another interest in this area. And the other question was, will this make other properties more expensive to live in? And my response to that is that I believe that short-term rentals should be taken on a case-by-case basis. If this was an absentee owner, it might contribute to appreciation in the marketplace due to the rents. But because I live there, and this is a 550 square foot, 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment complex, I don't believe that it will really have any change whatsoever in houses that are 3 or 4 bedrooms and much larger. This is probably in my opinion, the best use for this space. It's just too small for it to be somewhere in someone's house. It's literally a small 550 square foot apartment. And then I was asked if I was committed to the neighborhood. I've been living there for 2 years. I've invested in it. I want to continue investing in it and fixing up properties in the area. I believe I am. Is there a benefit for the community? I think the special use permit gives more control to the community than before, and the community can easily track my progress on platforms like Airbnb. It's actually a much more affordable space for residents to stay, and then obviously we're required to pay hotel sales tax. So here's a picture of where the property was before. This is when we acquired it. It had suffered 2 fires before we acquired it. The previous owner just didn't have any intention of repairing it. They just sold it to us. So this is the living room right here, and this is the kitchen looking at the church next door. This is the bedroom, another visual of the bedroom. The kitchen looking back into the living room. And then this is the bathroom. And then the shower. And this is what it looks like now. So we themed it after Shark Tank. It's completely remodeled. We've raised the ceiling. This is the bedroom. This is the kitchen. This is the living room. There's a pull-out bed. And then this is the bathroom. Once again. We did have someone who, during the time that we were not in compliance and we were actively marketing the unit, we apologize. Someone did write an article about us, so I think it's fair to mention it. So he wrote about its neighborhood scene included when you choose to lodge in the residential part of Kansas City rather than a hotel downtown. My wife and I are staying here because we're in town for several days visiting family, and it's an economical way to travel. I'm going to skip to the end to save time. At the very end, he says, I get it, Mark. Mark, he's referencing Mark Cuban because there's a picture in there that has Mark Cuban's quote. But right now, my job is being a grandpa, and we're running 10 minutes late for a date at the playground. So that is the link for the article. This person, he and his wife stayed at the unit, and they were in town visiting family to spend time with their grandson. This is the type of people that we're attempting to attract. This is our target market. People who, they're strangers, but they're definitely a lot higher quality than the type of person that we were attracting originally for a long-term lease. The type of people that we were attracting for a one-bedroom, one-bath, 550 square foot lease of a year typically had some issues with their life or run into some bumps and hurdles. This property, before we acquired it, is actually one where a SWAT team was called out to handle an issue. And then the tenant that we had in there prior to deciding to move to short-term rental we had to respond to a 911 request on Easter Sunday. So it's definitely a different type of tenant, and they're definitely higher quality. They're much safer. We do provide jobs. So the cleaning fee that we have set for this property is $63. When I met with the Planning Commission, one of the comments was that was very high, and some operators in the short-term rental space might raise their cleaning fees to try to make a profit. 100% of our cleaning fee actually goes to the cleaning staff. So the breakdown is $50 goes to the cleaner, $3 goes to the online service that we use to communicate to the cleaner. It sends notifications, lets them know when bookings are arriving. And then the other $10 goes to linen services. So my point is, it doesn't necessarily take a
Sir.
huge amount of skill.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt, but you have 1 minute.
I'm almost done. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. It doesn't take a whole lot of skill to be a cleaner. I'm looking forward to hiring to local residents, maybe teenagers, maybe some adolescents who want to make some extra money. I've seen cleaners go in there in and out within 30 minutes, so it is not bad. And then our proposal is just to give us a chance. So we'd like to be approved so that we can prove to the community that we can operate this and we're a benefit. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, are there questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Huey.
Since you met with staff on October 22nd, were you advised not to rent the property until you received the special use permit?
I believe so, ma'am, to be completely honest.
And did you rent the property since that time?
We did rent the property, and then we canceled it later.
So how many bookings did you have that actually stayed?
15, ma'am.
15 from the time of October until now?
Oh, no, negative, ma'am. From the point for which we started the listing originally. I don't know the number from when October, to be honest.
From October of 22nd, 2019, did you have bookings?
I believe we had 3, and then we canceled 1.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Now, your testimony, is this regarding just the 338 property, or are we going to hear more about the 330?
This is just for 338, sir.
Okay, all right. Do we want to go ahead and hear that now? Before we get testimony from the neighbors, and since we're hearing them together?
It's up to you. I mean, I think the neighbors would probably want to talk about both of them, but.
Okay, all right, let's deal with 338 first. Okay, we're going to, any further questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of this proposal? Yes, ma'am, your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Erin Hurd, and I also live at 338 North 14th Street. I'm in favor of this. I am Chief Operations Officer of the company, so I run the security systems and I check them manually. There's not really much to add to it. He pretty much covered everything. I will say that I do remember Mike Coat very well because I actually spoke with him and his wife on the phone because they couldn't figure out how to operate our smart lock, and she was actually worried about being in the neighborhood because of the tags. There's a meat market next to it that I don't know who owns it or if it's been abandoned, but there's vandalism tags on it. So she was actually worried that she was in an unsafe, sketchy neighborhood, and she was put at ease by talking to me and also by stepping into the neighborhood. So I will say that it's been an improvement in that someone who came from the outside thought it was sketchy from viewing, and I feel entirely safe in the neighborhood. I've never had any problems. But from someone from the outside who came in and they came into the unit and they were put at ease, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to speak in favor? Okay, seeing none, anyone who wants to speak in opposition to? Yes, ma'am, your name and address, please.
Hi, Patty Orr, 316 North 15th Street. I spoke earlier to you back in October. Just want to add a few things in addition to a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County in this area, 47 years at my current address. My main concern is the school. Kids play on that playground. They book online, so we really don't know who is renting that property. That's my main concern. And I have to admit, Alex has tried to work with the neighborhood. Even the three of them even attended a funeral of one of our longtime neighbors. They came to the funeral. I thought that was really nice of them. But they completely disregarded this commission's request that they not rent that property out. They did rent it out. I know for a fact when the Chiefs played Minnesota fans stayed at that property because we saw them with their license plates, their Minnesota gear on, so I know for a fact they did. And that's what worries me. If they were told not to, how do we know down the road that they are going to comply with the other regulations? So again, my main concern is the kids that play on that playground every day. As we all know, it just takes a minute for something to happen. A minute for a kid to get snatched. There are teachers on that parking lot, but there's also as many as 50 or more kids on the playground at one time. And I just value their safety more than anything else. I just don't understand how this fits into our neighborhood. I can see it in Strawberry Hill. I can see it over at River Market. I can see it definitely on the plaza, but I don't see how it fits into St. Peter's neighborhood. It's just not, that's not what our neighborhood is about. So as I expressed before, the kids are my main concern.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Commissioner Connolly?
So you said a playground. Now, what type of is this a city playground?
No, sir, it's a St. Peter's Church parking lot.
Uh-huh.
And Resurrection Catholic School is just to the north of St. Peter's Church.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the parking lot is where the kids play for recess.
Oh, okay. So
And it's also where parents pick up their kids after school.
oh, okay. Now, this is like a short-term rental. It's not long-term. So usually when something happens like that, I mean, it's usually some kind of that they would be there, spot the kids, know what's there. So those are for mostly long-term. And I mean, what do you think that he could do to make you feel safe about that?
Well, the fact that they book online,
Mm-hmm.
so we don't have any way to know who is booking that property. I mean, is it a registered sex offender? How do we know that?
I don't think that would tell you. I don't think that's one of the questions when you book Airbnb, that they do a background check on them.
Right.
And I mean, even if it's a long-term renter, it's still up to the landlord to do the background check.
If that becomes their residence as a long-term rental, they're required to register with the sheriff. The
understand.
individual.
I'm talking about the landlord. He when he does a background check, he doesn't have to share that with the with the
Correct.
residents around it.
But the person moving in as a long-term rental has to register as a sex offender.
If he's a sex offender.
Right, and then that's on the internet for everybody to see.
Oh, okay.
But aren't they in violation also if they're a registered sex offender that they can?
To move in, yeah.
Well, they can't be within so many
Certain amount.
feet of schools
Correct.
and other things, so they'd be in violation of the law anyway. Correct?
I don't know the detail on that part of it.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how can we make this addable to try to fit in to the group. Now, normally, we give this permit for about a year. So is it okay if we would allow this permit for a year and you could see how it worked? Would that make the community feel a little better? And if they have any problems, we don't have to renew it?
Again, it goes back to the fact that we don't know who they are renting to. We don't know until, I mean, do you want to wait until something happens and then say, oh my gosh, we shouldn't have done this? No, we don't want that. We want to be able to prevent it, is what I'm saying.
So everyone in your neighborhood you know doesn't have a sex offender record or criminal background, so everyone that lives there, you already know that?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Reasons.
I just have one thing just to kind of mention. I know it's tough to hear this, but the times are changing to where everything is digital now. I book vacations every day online. I don't ever call anybody, but I will say about the Airbnbs, people that are typically booking an Airbnb are not your people that are looking for a real, just a kind of a dump. They want to look for a higher class of place to stay. Matter of fact, each thing, I don't know if you've ever been on the website for Airbnb, but you can rate, each guest rates, how was this person? Was it pleasant? Was it nice? Were the keepers of the place, how did they keep the place? Did they answer any questions right away? You're seeing more professionals that are using Airbnb. So from that standpoint, and it's also usually 2-3 days at the most. So if you had an issue with someone on a weekend, because you'll get a few probably from a weekday, but most of the ones that I've seen have been weekend Airbnbs, which the school wouldn't even be operating at that point. From a safety standpoint, I used to live off of 17th and Grandview, so I know that neighborhood very well. But I also know that what I've seen happen in Airbnbs, they're going everywhere. They're not just located in Strawberry Hill.
Right.
They're everywhere. And, some places it's great, some places it's not so great. But I just want to reiterate, I know it's tough when you say they book it online, but 90% of business now from hotels are being done online today.
Right.
From that
And
side.
I've also booked Airbnbs.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is, how do you prevent someone who's trolling the internet and looks and sees, oh, look at this house, look at this place. It's right across the street from a school. There's little kids out there playing all the time.
I do want to just jump in and say that I don't think you can see, in my experience with using Airbnb,
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you.
in my experience with using Airbnb, they don't really show you the address, they don't show you what's around, so you would really just be taking a shot in the dark if you thought maybe this place has a school near it or not. There would be no way for you to know until you arrived. And they do also at least get your government-issued ID, so that if something should happen, they would be able to match you with your government-issued ID. They would know who did stay at the property, at least the person who rented the place, they would know who that was. It's some measure of comfort. I know it doesn't address everything that you're talking about, but it would be impossible for a predator to go online on Airbnb, look at a house, think that they won't know that it's near a school.
It shows right up there that the school and the church are right across the street. The picture you had up there, it shows right there.
Right, but when you go onto the platform and you want to book, it won't give you that degree of location. It's a security issue for everyone. People also frequently don't want their houses to be known as Airbnbs, like if there's not anybody staying there. So when you book, you can put in, I want Kansas City, or I want a particular neighborhood, but it will not tell you you're near a hospital, you're near a school. It might give you major arteries of streets, but they shouldn't be able to know.
Okay.
My experience of using it.
Okay, well, I know there's some other people that want to talk, so I'll give up my time unless anybody else has questions.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Your name and address, please.
Moira Kazilla, 432 North 15th Street. I've lived in my house for about 30 years now and in the neighborhood. I also work at the school. My concern as Patty's is the safety of the school children. But I'd also like you to consider how the effect on the neighborhood of these short-term rentals. And I know they're everywhere. I know it's a thing. But in this neighborhood in particular, there are 2 grade schools. If you take affordable housing out of the market for these young families, build the schools, then what happens to the schools? What happens to the neighborhood? That's my concern.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Randy Balliet, 1505 Tarome. I'm a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. Lived in my house for 32 years now. And I think probably more so than most, I have a very intimate knowledge of this neighborhood. And my concern, everything that's been brought up is, I believe, germane to the issue, and it's important. But the school children, obviously, some of the points brought up here address some of those things. And I commend what they've done with this house from where it was. There are a lot of nice houses in St. Peter's that went from looking like that to people living in them. I know people who bought their houses, fixed them up, and live in them all the time. My real concern is when you looked at all his information up there, that was about a business. That's a business. This is a residential area. This is a transitory business where people will come into my neighborhood for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. And they may be very nice people. They may not be nice people at all. I don't know. I don't know them. But this is a business. This is a residential area not zoned for business. He has hotel taxes. This is a hotel. This is what it is. It's a hotel. It's a hotel where somebody can come in and stay for 1, 2, 3 days, whatever. I have one next door to me now that has circumvented the rules that I'm dealing with, and that's on Airbnb. And I don't think it's good for our neighborhood. I think what Patty said, Patty Worth, that this does not fit into our neighborhood is the truest statement that's been said. It doesn't fit. I want these people in my neighborhood. I want them to live there. They seem like very nice people. I will embrace them as neighbors, but they're business owners also, and they want to make money. I have seen, in some cases, I'm not saying on this particular one, but when you rent a room for $25 a night, what do you get? The first thing that came to your mind, I rented a room for $25 a night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Okay. Does the petitioner want to come back up and speak to any of the neighborhood concerns?
The residents here have been in the neighborhood much longer than I have. I will acknowledge the fact that they have spent 30, 40 years there. And I respect their decision because I know they're making this decision based off of what they believe to be best for their community and for the safety of the kids. I'm in agreement with them, and although I respect their comments because I know they love their community, I firmly believe that it's much safer now than it was in the past. And if we go back to long-term tenants, it's not going to make the community safer, it's going to make it less safe. We are operating as a business, but everyone needs to make money. We all have jobs, we all have businesses. So it's unfair to say that what I'm doing is wrong when everyone here needs to be able to put food on the table. I don't make a lot of money, but I have big dreams. And one of the ways I intend to accomplish those dreams is by creating amazing spaces. And we theme our units. We have some fun with it. We just recently completed a Star Wars unit. So this is more than just a business to me. It's a dream, and I want to be able to provide in ways where I can contribute to charity, where I can provide jobs to people. That's one of my missions in life. So at the end of this, I will accept the decision of the council, and I will respect that decision. I can't apologize enough for the mistakes I made. I was told, but I didn't take it seriously, and that's my fault, and I'll have to own it. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Sir, did you have a question?
Yeah, I actually have two questions. One is a clarification. I mean, it's been said multiple times, and you said that this is an owner-occupied unit. I'm confused about that. How is the unit divided? That are you simply, you're not present when the unit's being rented?
So, as my understanding, the parcel is the same, but the two properties, one's a detached garage, has a separate address from the single-family home. Maybe someone here can help me clarify this.
No, that's
because I
fine, but
don't
do you
quite
live in the
understand myself.
single-family home?
Correct.
You live in that single-family home?
Correct.
Okay. So the other question that I had is, there's an email in the packet, and I think I took your apology at face value, but there are a couple of statements that you made in that email that are concerning to me.
Yes, sir.
That's dated December 12th. And so the first one, you said you had technical issues trying to make it a 30-day rental.
That is correct.
It sounded
So,
like you were, but that would suggest you're still trying to rent it at a time after you've been told you were not able to rent it through those platforms.
so to my understanding, I was allowed to rent it as long as the stay was over 30 days. We worked with multiple systems online.
Okay.
We eventually came to the conclusion of the problem. We had one system telling the other system that it was one thing when we were trying to make it a 30-day stay, so it kept overriding it.
Okay.
So for a solution, we actually took the entire listing down. And then, it's once again my fault. When we stopped marketing the unit, we didn't immediately cancel the reservations until, I sent that email, and then we canceled the remaining.
I mean, that explains it. But have you ever tried to rent it with a broker or try to find a long-term tenant through? I mean, it sounds like you had a
We
bad
did.
experience at least once, but have you actually tried to rent it as a long-term rental as opposed to using it for a short-term?
That is correct. He stayed for, help me out, how long?
There for just over a month. He did if you want to include the lost rents from other tenants.
Yeah, I need you to come to no, you can speak. I just need you to come up there and just give us your name and address.
So, sorry about that. My name's Eric Anderson. I'm in 334 North 14th Street. Let's see. So, at one point, me and Alex co-owned this property. Now it's purely Alex's residence. But so we did have we had bought that property and renovated it for the use of being able to rent different parts of it, mostly focused on renting room by room the way that I had done it in my own home. When we had set up just a completely standard single long-term tenant in that garage apartment, they were there for just over a month, not much longer. But in that time frame, if you want to include the damages from lost rent from all the other tenants he scared away, he caused about $32,000 worth of damage. We had and also a completely renovated apartment from all the you saw that it had been completely fire damaged. We had gotten it to a completely fixed up rent-ready state. He had also put several holes in walls. He had cabinets, the whole 9 yards. It was pretty impressive how much he'd managed to do. We also had to respond to a 911 call on Easter Sunday where he was hanging himself outside of a window. On paper, he checked out.
So to be clear, he passed a background check, he passed a credit check, he had the funds to rent, and he was former military. So he passed our inspection criteria, so we rented the unit.
Okay, I understand. You've said most of those things. What I'm trying to ask really is, since then, and prior to considering doing this as a short-term rental, did you make active efforts to lease the unit on a 30-day or longer basis, on a regular basis? Because it sounds to me like what you're saying is you've not found it economically viable to do that. I understand if you had one bad experience, that might have soured you, but the reality is if this petition is denied, that's the alternative you're going to have unless you're going to simply live in this unit.
During the period of time where we had the unit and we were trying to find someone 30 days or more, we have not been successful.
Okay.
And it's a harder tenant to place in that type of space.
All right, let me ask the other question, though, about the letter, because, again, the email was concerning to me. I'm going to read this because it's not clear to me what you're saying. If you're saying what I think you're saying, it's very concerning. You said between October 16th and October 22nd, there were several attempts to make the shortcut. I mentioned that before. You said eventually we pulled the listing from public view due to the high visibility from city planning. That level of visibility became very apparent after our meeting on October 22nd, 2019. What does that mean exactly?
Sure. So, because of our inability to be able to convert it to 30 days, we received inquiries about our integrity, so we decided to pull the listing altogether. It wasn't that we were trying to deceive anyone. It's just that we couldn't figure out our systems, so we decided to just cancel it altogether rather than risk trying to explain that we were really trying to book for longer than 30 days. Then
Okay, now I think I understand it. So let me ask you, this is really the ultimate question. You mentioned here specifically a booking over New Year's Eve that you were not willing to cancel. You also said earlier you don't know how many times it was booked since then. So were you still in fact booking short-term rentals?
We were not booking the. So that New Year's Eve reservation. How do I explain this? We did cancel it. We did cancel it. Part of my thought process before things became more clear and I accept my mistakes was that we had to honor an agreement once we told someone that we could rent the room. So the bottom of the line is we canceled the listing, we paid penalties, and that's what happened. So.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of this, their security system that they showed us, all that's probably the best thing that we've ever seen on Airbnbs. Contrasted against the fact that I had to tell them in pretty explicit language, you better cancel that or you're not going to have a chance of getting approved based on what this body said the last time they were here. And even then they protested before they canceled it. I just can't see recommending approval when to do the right thing, they have to be told that explicitly when they'd already been told once by you all not to do that. So I'd recommend denial.
Questions for staff?
If denied, what's the time frame that they could come back and try to appeal this?
It would be 1 year from the date of the Board of Commissioners denial. If they were, they could, if you recommended denial, they could withdraw and come back sooner than that. But if the Board of Commissioners were to vote to deny this, it would be 1 year.
Other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to deny.
Go ahead and state a reason for denial.
Based on the applicant's failure to follow staff's instructions and continued violation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear when the motion is that we're holding two separate votes, correct?
This will just be on 338. So the motion is for denial on 338, as stated by the reasons of the maker. Seconded by, that was made by Commissioner Serta, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Discussion on the motion for denial.
Yeah, I have a quick question because I'm looking over the pictures. I wasn't here last month, so I didn't hear that, and I'm hearing what they're saying. This is the problem we have because we have no standards for Airbnb in our city, and it's frustrating. I can see these people as business owners, as individuals that have invested their heart, soul into this property. When you look at a short-term tenant, it's a one-bedroom place. You're not going to be renting this out to a high-end client for a one-bedroom place. And I can understand the neighborhood's issues, but at the same time, I'm thinking from from a business standpoint and also as an individual who wants a safe place for my kids, this seems like it would be a way safer way to do it. I mean, they've just went above and beyond on security like none other. Yes, sometimes we have to tell people, do this or not. I mean, that's the society we live in today, but the fact that they at least did it and are admitting they're wrong on some other things, it's like, why are we continuing to just put more hardship on them? Yes, they created their own hardship to an extent, but now we're gonna double it up just because we don't like the way things were handled throughout the whole process. I just disagree with the denial personally. That's just my personal opinion.
Could I respond to that?
Commissioner Serta, and then I'll go to you.
Yeah, Commissioner Reasons, and Rob, please correct me if I'm mistaken, because I believe I was actually absent on the October 14th meeting. This item appeared on the October 14th agenda, correct?
Correct.
And it was held over specifically because of the neighborhood concerns and because there was concern that the unit was being rented, correct?
Correct.
And after that meeting, you told the applicant that they had to cease all short-term rentals at the unit, correct?
Correct.
And they failed to do so.
That, I believe, is what he testified to. He said that they rented it twice and canceled once.
That was really primarily the rationale for my motion to deny.
And I hear that as well, but I also heard what he said, from the standpoint of the business person, you're like, I just canceled somebody, I just took their deposit, I just took their money. Do I continue to fulfill that deposit? Yes, he was in the wrong. I'm not saying that he wasn't in the wrong, but from a young business owner, it's like, okay, you made a mistake, you're paying the fee by you didn't get to book anything throughout the holidays, losing money. Now we're going to continue to give them an issue because, they're trying to do the right thing. And I think that's the part that I'm looking at. I'm looking at intent. I'm not seeing malice come from this. It wasn't just kind of like, I'm just going to stick it to you guys. It's like, hey, we're trying to figure this out, and they're doing everything, going above and beyond on other things. That was my only concern on that.
Commissioner Connolly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a stickler for when you told to do something about his body, that you do that. But it looks like you really tried to kind of work through it. And Bob, I guess I could kind of ask you, so did you tell him during the sex on last there, told him?
So it's interesting you bring that up because they were told before May 21st of 2019 to stop renting before they filed because when we got all the listings of the Airbnbs that we knew about and we sent them letters saying, come get a special use permit, don't rent anymore then. So we've been telling them for months this, and they have it's not a one time they said, we got to just do this. They've done this for nearly a year now after being told not to do it. So if it was one time, I would probably agree with your rationale. But as staff, I feel like it's been every time we talk to them, we got to tell them that because they didn't get it. And until they figured out we had a system that was watching them electronically, they were just ignoring it.
So I guess my question was, I went here in the October meeting. So did you tell them later, or it was told right when it was up?
Yeah, they were told at the meeting, and they were told via email later.
Commissioner Pauly, did you have something you wanted to say? Okay. And I could appreciate your concerns, and we've had special use permits that were expired for a year that we've renewed. So people went out and rented while their special use permit was expired. And so, we've done it both ways, and you're right. We don't have a uniform system. It's based on the comments that we received tonight. I'm sorry, we're already closed for the public comments. I'm sorry. So anyway, the motion on the floor is for denial. It's been seconded. And any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Nay.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Nay.
Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this application or recommend denial passes 4 in favor and 2 opposed.
Okay, this will be heard again January 30th at 7 PM in this room at the Board of County Commissioners.
And that was SP 2019-80.
That is correct.
We're ready for 2019-81.
I've already called both of them.
Okay. So now we'll take the applicant's presentation on 2019-81.
Okay, so are you gonna handle that one? Okay, go ahead and come to the mic and give us your name and address again for the record, and then give us your presentation for 334.
Yes, so my name is Eric Anderson. My address is 334 North 14th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. I don't have as prepared of a presentation as Alex. I will say that, so we've both done a lot of different business activities together, and I also want to apologize for my hand in things where it didn't quite go correctly, or it's like different misunderstandings with staff. I was part of the process of initiating the short-term rental permit, getting it all up and going. There wound up being some other issues within another business venture of mine that took most of my attention, and in fact, I had to, I dropped the ball over here, and I thought things were fine to rent, and apparently they were not. And I know I messed up. I know I did. I apologize about that. So that was where all the rentals in the summer came in. Trying to advertise it for 30-day rooms or 30-day plus came about.
Tell us what's different about your house, your dwelling, and how you're doing. We understand everybody's owning the mistakes, but let's move forward and let's hear about your specific dwelling.
Okay. So for my space specifically, it is all contained within one house. It's a very large old house. I remember, I encountered this place with only $8,000 in my pocket, and the house had a lot of problems, lots. So I'm proud to say that I was able to get it fixed up while holding down a full-time laboratory job, and then be able to get it renting out the individual rooms on year-long leases. In the almost 3 years that I've owned this place, I've provided good quality housing for almost 10 different people at this time. There's now 2 rooms in that same house that I want to use for short-term rentals. They're fully furnished the rooms. The common areas had always been furnished for the people I'd rented rooms to. So there's a fully stocked kitchen, 2 refrigerators, a stove, a laundry unit, a pool table, a living room, TV, all that stuff. Now the bedrooms are now fully furnished. Those 2 bedrooms are fully furnished with king-size beds, a desk, a TV, all that stuff. So it is still kind of catering to essentially the same kind of clientele that Alex is getting, except that it usually was, instead of it being a small, like either a couple or a small team of business people who were renting in that apartment, it was usually either an individual business person or just a smaller group wanting to rent a room, and they were okay with sharing a bathroom and a kitchen. There's one group, I remember it was a small group of friends who were going to a music festival, but they were completely calm, no noise complaints. I have the same security systems that Alex has, all the exact same things, all the same background check measures. I can see who comes in, who goes out. I feel I have a much greater measure of control with this, with short-term rentals than I do with long-term. I've enjoyed the fact that as renting rooms within my own private home, I do get a greater say in denying someone. So like the tenant who passes everything on paper, but I still get a really bad feeling about how they'll affect the mix of who's in the place, I can still say no to them. Which is something I really wish I could have said for the tenant who went into the apartment, the garage apartment that was in 338, is what it is. I'd say that being able to use these rooms as short-term rentals would be a great benefit to myself and people who would like to stay in the area for visiting family or having a small business trip to downtown Kansas City, Missouri, or whatever. And it would allow me to have a better method for being able to make sure that my mortgage is paid, the house that I love so much is continuing to be maintained in a good way. It's something where I guess also to circle back to why KCK, why did we start doing this in this neighborhood? Alex actually moved to the neighborhood because of me. I've been here in KCK for close to 3 years now. I remember I'd moved back to Kansas City to be closer to family, and that real estate was more acquirable, and I was able to, even while holding down a lab job that didn't necessarily pay me huge dollars, I was able to buy a large old house. I wanted it to be old. I wanted to have a 3-car garage. I wanted to be near downtown. It had all those things, and I saw past all the problems that it had, which were legion, and I loved being able to fix them. And now I would love to be able to have this as a way to continue keeping this house alive and in a good way.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Serta?
How large are each of the rooms that you're renting?
Let's see. So I have one room that's a private bedroom with access to the shared bathroom. That room is around 120 square feet. And then there's another room that's actually the whole 3rd floor of the property with its own private bathroom and a private balcony. That room is close to, it's somewhere around 500 square feet.
That's the 3rd floor?
That's the 3rd floor. It's 500, 600 square feet.
Is it most of the floor?
It's the entire floor.
The entire floor, okay.
Yeah. It's a 3-story furnished house with a full basement and a 3-car garage. I mean, I know the public assessor says it's like a 2,000 square foot house, but if you take all the other things into account, it's almost 3,000 square feet and 3.5 bathrooms.
Part of the reason I asked, the primary reason I asked, is because you asked that up to 8 guests be allowed to stay there at any given time. And, there's a building code issue and life safety issue with regard to that, but there's also a substantive issue here because if we were to approve this, whatever we permit is what you're permitted to do.
Okay.
Typically, I would assume the room you're renting to 1 or 2 people.
Yes. So for the room, that's the private room, that's about 120 square feet, that's only for 2 people.
Okay.
The one that has the whole 3rd floor, that was where I was going to have at least the possibility of 6 people through the fact there's a king-size bed, there's the queen-size pull-out mattress, and I had 2 roll-away beds, and they would all fit in there well. And I have made sure that the place complies to all the fire safety standards to get the long-term rental permit. If, say, the board said I needed to knock it down to 4 people only allowed in there, I mean, I could completely understand.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Commissioner Connolly? I'm sorry. All right, Commissioner Connolly.
Now, your face looks familiar. Does my face look familiar to you?
Yes, it does. You do Section 8 rental inspections, if I remember correctly.
Correct. So you do own other properties, right?
I do. Well, actually, not anymore. So I had up to 12 long-term rentable units at one point. I will admit, I had a fix and flip property that went so sideways. I've lost $68,000 on that property to date. Which is what caused me to focus on a lot of other things and sort of drop the ball. Then over here, I should have paid more attention to talking with you guys about how did the rules specifically need to go. Yeah.
I'm a stickler when people don't abide by things that they're told not to do by staff and also by this board. And it seems like you and your partner there have a problem with that. Now, what is it that we can trust? I mean, that's a lack of having a clear understanding from, us as a board to when we limit stuff which you can't do and we give you an opportunity to come back. I mean, we are are definitely specific about that. So, I mean, when people don't adhere to some of those rules, what can you tell me today to make me feel like you would abide by the rules if we set down some stipulations if we allowed it?
Well, I mean, I know that some of the issues that came up was kind of a miscommunication. I really do apologize about that. So for today, say if you said, okay, you can only do this many people during these dates, I'd be like, okay, I'll do that. I really just had the bonehead idea that for whatever reason, that during this application process that we were allowed to, while we were still applying, that we could rent the rooms out, or that I could rent out rooms in my place and that Alex could do the same. Partially because it was owner occupied instead of it being the absentee owner.
Thank you.
Other questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Ernst.
Before we get to opposition, before we get to staff, I want to throw this out to you and the board. Would you consider a 6 months trial period?
I would be open to that.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, Commissioner Serta?
Sorry, should have asked this before. You indicate that there's room for 5 cars to park?
Oh, yes, I forgot to mention that in my opening. So there is actually there is space for 5 cars in the back or behind the house. The way the house is positioned is that there is say this here's the street. There's a driveway that goes up to the back. There's space for 3 cars that way, and then there's the 3-car garages right here. There's also an alleyway access right next to the 3-car garage where you can fit 2 more cars. So it can fit 5 cars.
And that's all paved surface?
That is all paved surface.
Okay.
And I've even painted stripes to make sure that everyone can fit.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting, and we'll hear from audience members that want to speak in favor first. Anyone who wants to speak in favor?
I'll be extremely brief and
Okay.
say that.
I need your name and address again for the record.
Absolutely.
Just for this case.
My name is Alex Repschultz. I'm his neighbor, 338 North 14th Street. When we completed the original public hearing back in October, I know this from conversations with Eric. Eric didn't have any existing reservations. He immediately blocked his calendar. He was in compliance since that date. We were not so lucky. So Eric did not break any rules beyond the next public hearing as far as I'm tracking.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor? Okay, opposition? You want to speak in favor?
Just Aaron Hurd, 338 North 14th Street, and just carry over from the last
Yeah,
paper.
and that's what I'm going to say. I will carry over if your testimony is the same for this one, you don't have to come back up. If you want it entered into the record and you want to be counted. Are the 4 of you also opposed to this one as well? Okay, you're indifferent to this one? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me how you feel about this one.
Patty
Go in.
Moore, 316 North 15th.
Thank you.
I didn't realize that Eric was applying for, well, I knew he was applying for short-term rental for his house, but primarily, they have a rental license, and it's my understanding that you can have up to 5 unrelated people live in one house and share a bathroom and a kitchen, and that's what I thought he was doing. So his house doesn't have the access to that playground. Not to say that somebody couldn't go walk up the street to the playground or to the parking lot, but it's not as visible to right across the street as the apartment garage is. So I don't see a problem if he's already renting 2 people in his house. We haven't seen any issues with that, so I don't see a problem with that.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition or indifference? Okay, all right, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The recommendation is denial. Just because he got lucky and didn't have any existing reservations that he had to cancel doesn't mean that the outcome wouldn't have been the same or the attitude wasn't the same. Recommend denial.
Rob, can I ask for some clarification?
Sure.
Your update of 1/13/2020 says that when you guys looked online, he only was taking bookies of 30 days and longer. So he had modified.
At that point, yes.
Okay, so you're saying prior to that, he hadn't?
Well, I think what Mr. Rimschultz said was that at the time of the October Planning Commission meeting, Eric didn't have any reservations, so he didn't have to make the choice whether to cancel them or not.
But he did not pursue other ones.
But he didn't pursue other ones.
Okay.
And, you know, they've had numerous communications from us saying don't rent. Over the summer thing, I mean, that was not, there was no basis in the communications from the planning department where they could have had any mistake in that. I'd be happy to have them show that where I'm wrong in that before the Board of Commissioners meeting and retract that, but I'm fairly confident I'm correct in saying that in no uncertain terms, there was no mistake over the summer. They just didn't think they were being watched.
But the answer to your question is he was compliant from October forward, correct?
Correct.
That's the short answer.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2019-81 for a period of 6 months, subject to all staff stipulations.
Okay, motion to approve for 6 months. Is there a second? Motion made by Commissioner Ernst, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a question for the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Would that be for 8 persons, or up to 8 persons?
Subject to all staff stipulations, and if staff approved 8,
well,
even though they want to deny based on their noncompliance, then
Well,
I'll let
ask this-
staff put the cap on it.
I understand. Let me ask this question of staff then. Was what was requested, or is that was, because you're making a recommendation of denial?
Yeah, that's just what was requested.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Pauly?
No.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 6 months passes 5 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on January 30th at 7 p.m. in this room. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we need to take about a 15-minute pause or 15-second pause here.
Yes.
So we can get,
Commissioner Jones
Yes.
on the line. So she'll be calling in via telephone.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound. To continue in English, press 1.
Para español, presione 2.
To continue in English, press 1.
Para español, presione 2.
To continue in English, press 1.
Para
Welcome to the
If you're the meeting organizer, press star now.
After the tone, please record your name and then press pound. You are now joining the meeting as a leader. Is now joining.
Commissioner Jones, are you with us? Commissioner Jones, can you hear us?
What? He's not doing it. Is she with us? Okay.
Commissioner Jones, can you hear us? Commissioner Jones, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Karen Jones.
Is now joining.
We are reconvening the Planning Commission. Everybody's present, including Commissioner Jones via telephone. Janet, would you please call the next case?
Yes, our next case is special use permit SP 2019-97, Damon Downs with Downs Trucking Company. Special use permit to park 2 heavy dump trucks on vacant residential property overnight at 4510 Parkview Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated September 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019, October 3rd, November 1, and December 26, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman and Commission, this application was held over from last month's meeting for the applicant to submit the neighborhood meeting information and to respond to the draft staff report questions. All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening.
Go ahead and
Damon
give us
Downs.
go ahead and give us your name and address. Tell us about your project.
Damon Downs, 4510 Parkview,
Okay.
Kansas City, Kansas.
And what are you wanting to do?
Apply for the applicant for the special use permit to park
Cool.
two dump trucks on that lot.
Okay, you want to park 2 dump trucks on the residential lot,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
R1, there's no home on it or anything.
I'm sorry?
There's no home on it, it's just vacant land.
It's a vacant lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions for the petitioner?
No, I own the land, but
It's
there's
a
no
vacant
home
lot.
on it.
There's no dwelling on the property. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keeping your dump trucks on residential property and the fact that this is going out in and out of residential neighborhood, it's not the best use for the property. Staff recommends denial.
Questions for staff? Commissioner Serta?
In the application, the petitioner says that the site is paved, but none of the photographs seem to show any paving. Is there pavement there? Per code, if we were to approve this, they would have to be.
They have to be on a paved surface, yes.
Other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Janet, would you please play the Jeopardy theme? Never mind. Never mind. I will entertain a motion from one of the commissioners sitting next to me. Well, staff recommendation is for denial. Your recommendation is for approval, correct? Yes. Okay. Motion to approve by Commissioner Connolly. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Discussion. Commissioner Reasons?
This is one of those things that we've seen before. So this one, in order to get this special use permit, they have to pave the whole area that they're being.
Pave the parking pad that they would be on, and then from the street to that pad.
Okay.
What is
So-
the definition of paved?
Asphalt, concrete,
So no gravel?
no gravel.
Okay. Commissioner Huey?
No, I just.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call. Excuse me, Commissioner, or Director?
That could be commissioner.
Back.
Just time frame?
Maker of the motion, time frame for this approval, special use? 1 year. Okay, motion is for 1 year approval. Any further discussion before we go to roll call? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley? Ernst?
No.
Huey?
No.
Jones?
No.
Pauly? Reasons?
No.
Serta?
No.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval for 1 year fails. 2 in favor and 5 opposed.
Okay, is there another motion?
Motion for denial,
And your reasons for denial?
based on staff recommendations.
Okay, motion for denial based on staff comment made by Commissioner Huey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Serta. Any discussion from motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley? Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
No.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta?
No. Oh, excuse me. Aye. Take it back.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this application for the reasons outlined by staff passes 6 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay, this will still be heard January 30th at 7 PM in this room.
If it's denied, what else?
Well, the recommendation of the Board of County Commissioners is for denial, but it will be heard, and they will make the final determination at that meeting on January 30th.
What do I do between now and then, though?
I'm sorry?
What do you do between now and then?
You need to talk to the gentleman right there. Go ahead and talk to him. Janet, would you please call the next case?
Next case is Special Use Permit SP 2019-98, Frank Motors Incorporated. Special Use Permit for an automobile sales and auto repair at 402 and 426 Osage Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated September 19, 2019, the notices to property owners dated September 12, October 3rd, November 1st, and December 26, 2019, and all the testimony given at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting tonight. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Is the petitioner in the room?
They want to
Did they leave? Okay, we'll move this to the end of the agenda. Janet, would you please call the next case?
Our next case is special use permit application SP 2019-103, Evan Dolby. Special use permit for a tire distribution center at 3140 South 28th Street. They did have a special use permit SP 2017-4 that expired on March 30th of 2019. Please include the following items as part of the case, as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated October 17, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated October 27th, November 7th, and December 3rd, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Mr. Dolby, are you in the room?
He hasn't communicated with us through this whole period of application, so I don't know that he'll be here, but we should move it to the end.
All right. Move to the end of the agenda, and please call the next case, Janet.
Our next case is special use permit SP 2019-108, Schaefer Stevenson. Special use permit for the temporary use of land to park work trucks and store work equipment at 3420 North 67th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated October 17, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated October 17, October 29, and December 3, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Reasons is recusing. He's appears in the notice area.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do.
Schaefer Stevenson, 3420 North 67. Got 2 pieces of equipment, a Komatsu and a loader, and 5 heavy trucks.
And what do you want to do with them?
They'll be kept there until we go to work.
And is this property you own?
Nope.
Is it property you've made arrangements?
Yeah, we pending to buy.
I'm sorry?
Pending to buy, depends on what you say.
Oh, okay. Any questions for the petitioner?
No question.
Commissioner Serta.
How will the equipment be moved back and forth onto and off of the site?
Low boy.
And that will be Monday through Friday?
No, it's only 2 days a week you move the equipment. Depends on certain days, depends on weather.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of the request or opposition? Okay. Go ahead and come to the mic. Give us your name and address.
Dick Klein, 6840 Cernich Road. I'm in opposition to this primarily because I live just off of 67th on Cernich, and 67th is my primary access in and out of my residence. And the additional traffic on this road, which was a very narrow 2-lane road that is not in great repair as it should be, I think. And the additional traffic, particularly of heavy trucks in and out of there, will make only that road more difficult and more required maintenance to keep it up. I would like to not have to see that additional maintenance area. I would like to not have to put up with the road. the road right now is narrow enough that when a FedEx or US box trucks come down there and you meet it, you generally have to drop your wheel off the pavement to get by it. And additional truck traffic, particularly of larger trucks, would make that even more difficult. And the area is a residential area and not really, I think, amenable to this use. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you want to speak also? Go ahead and give us your name and address also.
Okay, Sharon Klein, 6840 Cernich. I would just like to say that the road is, like you said, narrow, but there are no curbs, gutters, or sidewalks, so there is foot traffic on the road. There is a bus stop across the street from where this gentleman wants to park the trucks. The school bus stops there, and I've passed it several times. So it is a residential neighborhood. It just does not seem compatible.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to? Okay, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
I think the applicant might have the opportunity to respond to those comments.
Yes, sir. Would you like to respond to the questions about the size of the road and the capability of traffic? No. Okay. We'll close the public portion. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another residential area. I don't believe it's appropriate to park the large trucks and equipment. There's other areas in the community suited for that. We'd recommend denial.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the Kansas City, Kansas Planning Commission recommend denial of petition SP 2019-108 based on staff comments.
Motion for denial based on staff comment made by Commissioner Ernst. Is there a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Serta. Any discussion on motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley? Aye. Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons? Oh, I'm sorry, Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this special use permit for the reasons outlined by staff passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, this will be heard again on Tuesday, January 30th at 7 p.m. in this room. Okay, thank you.
Is Mr. Rees, oh, he's back, okay.
Yes.
Our next special use permit is SP 2019-110. Adrian Norton with Busy Dogs. Special use permit for a dog grooming and boarding operation at 1046 Merriam Lane. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated October 17, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated October 17, November 1, and December 3, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Karen Jones.
Is now exiting.
Okay. We still have a quorum. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project, please.
Hi, I am Adrian Norton. I live at 7624 Campbell Street in Kansas City, Missouri. I currently own the dog grooming business inside Bar-K Dog Bar in Kansas City, Missouri. A lot of my clients are in the Mission Hills area and have expressed the need for a private, cage-free, smaller boarding facility close to them, and the closest facility that I could find that I thought was zoned appropriately and would work for my project was on Merriam Lane.
Karen Jones.
Is now joining.
Excuse us.
It's okay. And so that's where I am now.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Does anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you. We'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Curtis, seconded by Commissioner Polly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Reasons? Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard one more time, January 30th, 7 p.m. in this room. Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2019-119, Ladina, Washington, with Alter Support Incorporated. Special use permit for a child daycare facility for a church at 9181 Parallel Parkway. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated November 14, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated November 13 and December 26, 2019, and the revised site plans submitted by the applicant that was just distributed to the Planning Commission. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
I would remind the commission that this application was held over from the December 9th meeting to give the applicant time to provide updated information regarding the number and ages of children and the number of employees for this operation. All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us what has changed since your last meeting. I mean, specifically what she just addressed as far as the age of the children, number of employees, what we were missing from the last meeting.
All right. Ladina, Washington, 9151 Parallel Parkway. Since then, I've met with the regulatory committee in the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and they provided all of those ratios. So I would need one director, which is one staff. For the infant room, the ratio is 1:4. The capacity is 16, so that requires 4 teachers. The toddler room, the capacity is 17 with the ratio of 1:7. That requires 3 teachers. The preschool room is a ratio of 1:10. Capacity 17 requires 2 teachers. And the last room, which is the 4th room, is the school age room, which is the capacity of 16. And the supervisor stated that the ratio was 1:16, which would require 1 teacher. So if full capacity was met and every room was filled and reached, a total staff capacity of 11 employees would be required for the facility. The staff recommended that I have 20 parking spaces. We sent the plans in last week to go over and beyond, so we did 21 parking spaces. So if you subtract out the staff of 11 from the 21, I have a total of 10 vacant parking spaces.
Okay. And is this revised site plan indicative of that? Is that why we have a
Yes.
revised site plan?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner? Okay. Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the update from the applicant here. We've recommended approval subject to several stipulations, including final site plan approval by this body.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve staff stipulation. Second.
Motion to approved by Commissioner Connolly, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again, once again, January 30th, 7 p.m. in this room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2020-1, Clifford Dale Jr. with 4104 Powell Avenue LLC. Special use permit for live entertainment in conjunction with Mason Jar Restaurant at 941 North 74th Drive. The special use permit did have a prior special use permit SP 2017-11, which expired on March 30th, 2019. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated December 18, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those,
No.
all those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address for the record and tell us about your request.
Hi, my name is Adriana Dale. My personal residence is 18290 155th Street, Basehor, Kansas. I'm representing the owner, Clifford Dale, in his residence, 941 North 74th Drive in State Avenue. So we would like to bring more live entertainment to Kansas City, and our goal would be to do bands inside of our residence and outside, so like an inside-outside type deal. We would like to have bands like the KCKC Jazz Band. We would like to do bands like Chris Stewart, bands like that. Our occupancy is 204. We normally meet around 125 to 150 of those. Normally, our restaurant is not packed for previous events that we have had. Trying to think. I think that's all I have.
Okay. One that I want you to address is the fact that after your special use permit expired and your business license expired, that you continued to host events on a regular basis, even though you were being advised that it was not allowed.
Yes. So the owner of the property.
I've got a stickler over here, as he's told you so.
The owner of the property was had a miscommunication. He really didn't understand what that meant exactly. He thought that when we had events, that meant that they would have to to have the special use permit. The events would go past our occupancy level. So we needed one only if events went past the 204 that occupy within our facility. And then when he was told that that was not correct, he hired somebody to take care of these. Unfortunately, the person he had hired fell through, and then I took over the role of getting this project done in September, or the very end of September.
Okay. What about the business license? Has that been corrected?
The business license?
Yeah. Do you have a business license to operate at that location?
Yes.
And when was that renewed? Do you know?
When was it renewed? I am not for sure.
But there is one on file. It is renewed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions for the petitioner?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So he thought that what he meant by the events or live entertainment was that we had to exceed, for this permit specifically, that if we needed one, we would have to exceed the 204 occupancy, and then he was told that that was incorrect. So we tried to recorrect that and make sure we did this. Right, and he did not understand that fully, and then that was corrected. I'm not sure what was, because like I said, I only took over this job in September, so other than that, I'm not really sure where the confusion lied between point A to point B, unfortunately.
So I guess my question is, so if this is approved again, I mean, are you gonna go past almost another year or what?
No, sir. So I am now fully in charge of this responsibility. So I would be the one to make sure it was renewed on time. This was my first project on board with the company. So going furthermore, I would be the one to make sure that we were in compliance with the city.
Okay, now he's the owner, he don't know what expired mean though, right? But you do? I mean, I'm very stickler about this, I'm
Of
just,
course, yes, and I understand.
yeah, I mean, I'm a very big stickler. It's like you don't want to apply to our county, city ordinances when you go past this far. This is probably the longest one I've seen. And now, when you say live entertainment,
Yes, sir.
because you do have a few residencies there, so how many decimals do you think that the live entertainment would produce?
We only have the one building.
Yeah, but there's some residents back behind that little storage area.
The Timbercrest subdivision is behind it.
Oh.
He's talking about, because of the proximity to the dwelling, he wants to know the decibel level of the live entertainment. Is that inside, outside, and how does it affect the neighbors that live next to the property?
So we are within 150 feet of apartments. I don't know the decimals exactly. We would do it inside and outside. We've never had an issue in the past with complaints from neighbors or anything like that. If there was complaints about it, we would make sure we turn it down, and if there was any initial complaints after that one, we would make sure to shut down.
Yeah, but you hadn't been there that long, so you don't know, right?
I've been in this job specifically, this role, since September. I've been with the Mason Jar I've been a server for about going on 2 years, besides for the period of time from May to August that I was living in a different state.
Okay. So, what would you call a reasonable decimal? I mean, because music can get loud, especially with that little echo, because it's kind of like in a little drop. So, what would y'all call reasonable? Have you ever checked to see how many decibels?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe we have ever checked. No, sir.
So they play it as loud as they can, or?
Not as loud as they can. We try to keep it at a level to where our customers can appreciate, because as our customers, they don't want their music to be overly loud in their ears while they're trying to eat. So we try to keep it at a moderate level so our people around us and our customers are happy with not only our service, but the music we provide.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's all right.
My name's Andrika Wilcoxon, 2807 North 109th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm in favor of this. I work at the college, and I'm in charge of all the activities and student engagement on our campus. And one of the biggest parts that we encourage our students is to get off campus and enjoy the venues here in our city. And we highly recommend the Mason Jar because it's just so close to the college. But the bands, when they were in permit, by the way, we were there, and it was a 3-man band with a little keyboard, a little drum set, and a bass, and it was just low key. I've seen their outside events on this patio, and when I saw it, I went to the owner. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing, because our college should be a college experience, right? And what a great way for our students to be so close and have a positive influence, impact right there, right where we are. And now that the city's just doing great and building these amazing things, we actually have students coming from all across the country to our campus, because we've got some reputable athletes. We're 2018 basketball champions and all this stuff. So the Mason Jar has really been a big influence, positive influence on our city, and it's sad that happened. But I know for a fact that we've taken our students there, and it's not crazy loud because the patio is kind of right there, like the band is right there in front of you. So it's not crazy because you couldn't enjoy it if it was so loud. So anyway, I just think they do a great job with our city and our students, and I hope that they continue to keep it up. But anyway, I'm in favor for them. So.
Good. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They do have a business license for the restaurant, but if this is approved, they would need to renew their business license for live entertainment. So it's a little bit tricky. They do have a business license for the site, but only for the restaurant portion of it. I do know that when we were talking with them, they were trying to acquire representation, and that took them a couple of months. And then I believe the local land use attorney they hired had a health issue and wasn't able to do that or any of the rest of his business for a period of time. And so then they were left hanging again. And so part of this was on them, a good, 4 or 5 months. But then when we talked to them, they started progressing through that. And then, it's been a series of unfortunate events since that point in time. So it looks a lot longer than what it has been. This is, I think in general, this is a pretty good thing, and it doesn't, I know there's residences somewhat close, but you have a lot of trees. Can I see the mouse for a minute, please? Thank you. So this is the little, right there where that hand is the little, kind of kiosk where they could have a band if they wanted to do it outside, and it's kind of to play to this area. And this is all, probably 15 to 18 feet below grade. And it states in their comments they haven't had any noise complaints. So I don't think that that's a big deal. I think that there was a misunderstanding. Once they realized that and understood that, they moved to correct it, even though it took longer than any of us would like, which makes it a little different than most of the other cases that we've heard about tonight, where I don't think this is a willful ignoring of what we said. So with that, I'd recommend approval subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Serta. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reason?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application subject to the staff's comments passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be
Thank
heard
you so
one-
much.
You bet. It'll be heard once again January 30th at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
in this room.
Our next application is Special Use Permit SP 2020-2, John Dennison. Special Use Permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 4447 Booth Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file. The notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated December 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Hello.
Go ahead and give us your name and address. Tell us about your project.
John Dennison, 2903 West 48th Terrace, Westwood, Kansas. And I have a Airbnb at 4447 Booth in Kansas City, Kansas.
Well, you don't have one yet. We'll tell
Yeah.
you. We'll tell you if you do.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Tell us what you'd like to do with the property.
Full-time Airbnb, and no one lives there.
Okay, questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll go to staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this is not an owner-occupied unit, I'd recommend approval of the special use permit for 1 year.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm sorry, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve with staff stipulations for 1 year.
Motion to approve for 1 year by Commissioner Curtis, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Conley? Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Those appeared once again January 30th, 7 p.m. in this room.
Okay, I had one question. I thought they were for 2 years. Is it?
If you're our typical procedure has been if you're off-site, if you're not an on-site owner, that you occupy the property, that we've been doing 1 year.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then after you successfully complete that first year, we may look at other.
Is it $350 a year or?
Those are all questions for that gentleman over there.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Our next application is Special Use Permit SP 2020-5, Advanced Stores Company Incorporated. Special Use Permit for a parking lot. Sorry, I didn't put the address in here. At 1 South 18th Street, and the parking lot's at 21 South 18th Street. Special Use Permit SP 20-1734 expired on June 29th, 2019. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice of the Wyandotte Echo dated December 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Name and address and tell us about your project.
Garrett Sinistraro, 1204 Research Park in Lawrence, Kansas. Property address is one of my stores. I'm the district manager for Advance Auto Parts. This is one of my locations at 1 South 18th Street. We have an expired special use permit for a parking lot at the rear of that building. We have had that permit for as many years as I can remember. I have had this store for 5 years under my control. We have renewed it once under that since I've had the store. Unfortunately, the permit expired. I did not get any notification. I was not part of the contact list that was provided to Janet and her team. I was notified of that by our property division. She is located in Roanoke, so I'm asking that this be held over till the next meeting so that I can get all of the information, gather all the information, make sure all of the stipulations are met, and provide updated site photos.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this in favor of or in opposition to? Seeing none, we'll go to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend this be held over. Since they haven't had their neighborhood meeting yet, you all really can't act other than that within the code, so that's our recommendation.
Okay. Questions for staff?
What would be the date?
What would be the date of that meeting?
Janet, what's the February?
February 10th.
February 10th, 2020.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to hold over to February 10th?
Second.
Motion to hold over to February 10th made by Commissioner Curtis, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion?
I'd like to thank him for reading our minds.
So noted. Roll call, please.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons? Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold this over until the February 10th meeting passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
in an effort to get this meeting over with before Tuesday, we're going to hear the next 6 cases together, correct?
That is correct. We are going to hear these all together, and then we're only going to need one vote on them, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so we have utility easement vacation UE-2019-7, Tory Graham, for property at 3640 North 110th Street. We have UE-2019-8 at 3638 North 110th Terrace. UE 20-19-9 at 3636 North 110th Terrace. UE 2019-10 at 3630 North 110th Terrace. UE 2019-11 at 3624 North 110th Terrace. And UE 2019-12 at 3618 North 110th Terrace. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publication in the Echo dated October 17, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated October 17, November 1, and December 5, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to these applications?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Mr. Graham or his representative, are you here? Okay, we'll go ahead and push it to the end of the agenda.
Okay, we have two applications we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on these separately. Utility easement vacation application UE-2020-1, Melissa Van Crum. Vacation of utility easements at 10 East Cambridge Circle Drive. And UE-2020-2, vacation of utility easements at 1155 Adams Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publication in the Echo dated December 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to these applications?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Carson and fellow commissioners. My name is Stephen Lucas. I'm an attorney with Rouse Fretz White Goss, located at 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here on behalf of the property owner, Dean Realty, and they are requesting 2 utility easements to these specific locations at 10 East Cambridge Circle Drive and 1155 Adams Avenue. Both property locations, as you can see with the pictures here, are developed. We are not aware of any existing utilities located within either easement, and so I respectfully request that both easements be vacated.
Okay.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who want to speak in favor of or in opposition to the request? Seeing none, we'll go to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval of both vacations. Please take UE 2020-1 first.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for UE 2020-1.
Motion to approve UE
Second.
2020-1. Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Connolly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons? Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of vacation U-E-2020-1, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes. 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion for 2020-2.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Curtis, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you for your patience. Will be heard once again January 30th, 7 p.m.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 more applications we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Street vacation application S-2020-3. Michael Davis with Reese and Nichols Roberts. Vacation of a street between North Tremont to 7th Street Trafficway. And street vacation application S-2020-4. Michael Davis with Reese and Nichols Roberts. Vacation of a street between North 7th Street Trafficway to Simpson Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publication in the Echo dated December 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to these applications?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
G'day. Will Anderson, BHC Roads, 7112 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, operating for Mickey Davis. This is part of a lead-in to a bigger project on the vacant lot that fronts onto Central Avenue. We want to vacate Calvin, completely vacate Calvin. Half of Calvin was vacated some time ago. The piece we're trying to vacate now is the piece that butts onto the south right-of-way line of the vacant lot to the south. And there's a small piece of alley to the north, which is basically landlocked by the other ordinance that vacated the north part. All the properties on the north right-of-way line of Calvin are now owned by a single owner, and they're the same owner as the property to the south. So in terms of, that's the first one. The second part is the piece of 6th Street Trafficway that heads basically north. We want to vacate that. Again, the owner of that is to the east. The tyre business is still there. We would expect to split that vacation when it occurs down the centre of 6th Street Trafficway as it stands today. We have met with the city on 2 occasions. The city is indicating that they have future plans that would block off 6th Street Trafficway anyway, so that would only be access coming in from the north of Simpson Avenue there. Calvin, we're trying to put together the buildings that were on the north side of Calvin have now been demolished. And the other main reason to push this forward as we can is to be aware of that it becomes part of the development to the south. We also would like to block it off because it's now getting people dumping stuff in that area where the demolish is. Open to any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will open up the public portion. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to? Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Richard Palmerin at 639 Simpson. As you can see, my truck and cars out there were on 6th Street cutoff. I've had money on the property from the previous tenant owner of this particular, which most of the property has been demolished. My neighbor next to me, he's got 2 teenagers, his wife, his truck, 4 vehicles sitting out in front, so there's going to be an obstruction if we lose out on this 6th Street cutoff. I was trying to do some off-street, trying to purchase this piece of parcel of land next to me. I've been there 40 years. It's been my in-laws for another 40. So, you know, we're, the alley that, on Calvin, that goes, it makes a right angle turn and goes up into 7th Street. But the said, where you have your little gizmo there, I'm sure that alley was used at one time, but everybody had grandfathered in and absorbed somebody's property. That there was a big blob there that behind my residence. As you can see, my wood fence is around the yellow border. I need access to my backyard, and if this alley is going to be deleted on Calvin to where I can share with my neighbor next to me, this alley, to get access to my backyard. If not, you'll see me back up here. Thank you.
Will you no longer have any access to your backyard if the alley's vacated?
No, my front, I mean, you know, my yard is fenced in, so what I've been running with was my wheelbarrow going through a 36-inch gate. So I'd like to hinge my privacy fence if this alley is accessible.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, so the alley they're talking about is this little piece right here.
Right. It doesn't go back to his
This
property.
is not an alley. This is owned by somebody else. This is a piece of private property that's not an alley.
See, the previous that owned that property was related to my wife, and he was a stickler when my father-in-law was alive. He said, "Father-in-law, you owe me I got some of my property on that your fence is encroaching on." But you know, everybody was grandfathered in and deleted this. I think it was maybe at one time I talked with the previous owner that had purchased it, the McKinley estate or probate. He said his father used to come down from the Huron building, a day lake, a day pond type thing that filtered into Bryson's salvage yard and so on and so forth down to the city. So I had some documents with me previously on this plot and showing a lot of interesting stuff that's from EPA to and
Well, the only interesting thing I'm interested in seeing is how that alley makes its way up to your property.
well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody grandfathered in, but
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, in other words, people had joined their back fences to each other.
Correct, but if they don't own that property anymore, if there's not anything of public record that gives you the right to.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for. Do you have anything that states that?
No, I mean, this alley has to go a little further than where this yellow line intersects into it, off of Calvin going to the north to our 2 said properties on Simpson.
Okay. We're going to get you some answers to that question. We're going to find out.
But the other issues I have also is these 200-year-old utility lines coming through their sewer. And actually, I had my sidewalk put in through your program with the reimbursement of, and I tried to assure that BPU wasn't going to come in here and have to put in, which they did come in and put a new meter in, but somewhat violated my monolithic pour. I mean, as far as continuous. And then I've talked to a couple of neighbors a week, 4 or 5 days ago on the Calvin side, and as I was walking over and knocking on a couple of doors there, I'd seen some water running off of Simpson, North Tremont at Central going down the hill to Calvin. So I'm thinking a lot of this is going to be violated. It's another situation where the developer that's been doing all this development in this 7th and Central corridor, I think he doesn't do any, hopefully he's doing building permits and not paying up at the, what do you call it? Occupancy license.
Okay, we'll get you some answers to those questions.
Appreciate it.
Ma'am, did you want to speak? Okay. Name and address, please, for the record.
Mary Lou Palmer.
Go ahead and talk into the microphone for me.
Mary Lou Palmer, 639 Simpson Avenue.
Uh-huh.
What I'm worried about is right now, we have, when it rains, well, the water, because we're like a hill there, and we're at the bottom. So when the water comes down, it almost comes into our front room because it starts to build up. And we had a sewer, and you know how odor would come out of it? Well, I called the city and told them, can you do something about it? Because my house, all that odor's coming into my house, it's going into our car. Can you please do something about that? You know what they did instead of cleaning it out? They concreted it. They poured concrete on it. How's that taking care of our sewer system?
Okay.
They cut us off. That's all I'm worried about. I just,
Karen
about the water
Jones
coming down.
is now exiting.
Okay. All right. We'll ask about that as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Can you come up and please and address the concerns about the, first of all, let's start with the alley.
Okay, can we expand that? Zoom in on the alley? Just zoom in on the alley, please. Yep. So the alley is really you can see the yellow line that runs through the centre of Calvin Avenue. The area of Calvin Avenue north of that is currently
Unknown participant is now joining.
vacated under ordinance. The alley is blocked off. It hasn't been vacated. That's what we're vacating, that north part of the alley, okay? Because at the moment it's landlocked, you can't legally get to it. In terms of the gentleman, the area of land to the north of the alley is not our land, and we're not interested in it in any way. In terms of it, the areas that we've put in is the long building that faces onto Calvin, that's been demolished. We own the property to the north of that. The properties to the west of that one are now owned by the client. The next one is owned by the client, and the one just to the north of it are owned by the client. The property that the cursor's on now fronts onto 6th Street Traffic Way, and effectively we're not touching any adjacent owner other than the tyre company, which is right on the corner, or actually runs on 7th Street Traffic Way. So I don't know that, we're blocking access, any more access than was there before. Where the cars are parked there is on 6th Street Traffic Way. As far as, they can shift the cars further up as far as we can see. I don't really see that as a problem. But in terms of that, that's the best answer I can give you.
And nothing that you're doing is having any issues with water or?
No, when the vacation goes through, all the current services, utilities are protected under state statute anyway, so it allows maintenance or anything that goes on. There is a sewer line that runs up on the easterly right-of-way of 6th Street Traffic Way. That'd be protected. It carries on and matches up with a sewer line that runs north on 7th Street Traffic Way and then cuts across on Simpson, and those two hook up together. In terms of water, the only water is coming along Calvin Avenue, and that was put in by BPU just recently. but that's the only water that exists on that area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and go to staff for staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the gentleman that spoke with the home that's shown on the screen here, the only action that touches his property is the vacation of the portion of 6th Street Traffic Way where you see the 2 cars parked. And the rest of the ownership that would affect his access to the rear of the property is already in another ownership. We can't do anything about that tonight. So anything that comes from the south is already kind of decided because you can't get to it now anyway. The little stub of the alley wasn't vacated. There should actually be a property. I mean, our mapping is wrong. There should be a line right there, according to Will. I think they thought that alley would have been vacated with the other part of it, and likely it should have been at that time. But the parcel behind is in a separate ownership, and that party's not here tonight. And I don't know. I looked up the ownership. I don't know that party. Byron, will you pan to the east so we can see all of 6th Street? Other way. There you go. So then when this is vacated, you'll see, can I borrow it for just a second? If this is vacated, this new right-of-way line would come from the corner of this property to the corner of that, of the gentleman's property that spoke. And so then that would be the right-of-way line. And so rather than have the cars here, they would just scoot out just a little bit on the other side of that property line. And I would imagine at some point with new development, this would be curbed off or this will be blocked off so that, in some way so that people can't get back there. But that's at least on part of it, it might remain access because part of it will go to this, part of that access will go here, but the street itself would certainly have to be closed to through traffic at that point, I would think. So I don't know that it's going to affect his parking, so to speak, because instead of the line shifting, just coming this way a little bit, it'll be a little bit more straight across this way, and there would still be the ability to park along there. So I don't think we're really affecting his parking, and we can't do anything about the back at this point in time. With those 2 comments, and since I don't think that we can't do anything about the back, and we're not really going to eliminate the parking availability there for the concerns for the neighbor, staff would recommend approval of both vacation S 2020-3 and S 2020-4. Please take number 3 first.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff?
I have a question. Is there I believe someone referenced work that the unified government is going to do. I thought as part of the central master plan, there's been discussion of reconfiguring the entire intersection or something.
Well, we have a grant through the Mid-America Regional Council to improve 7th and Central, and it will extend each direction just a little bit. And I think that would be when that Calvin 6th Street traffic way would close. It's very close to the intersection. It's very difficult to use. I mean, you gotta be watching a lot of stuff to pull out there. It's not very safe.
Other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion on 2023.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve S-2020-3, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, and now 2020-4.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of S-2020-4, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again January 30th, 7 p.m. in this room.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications that we're going to hear together, and then we'll vote on them separately. 3450 East Drive, preliminary and final plat for one lot at 3450 East Drive, and 4400 West Drive, preliminary and final plat for one lot at 4400 West Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners dated October 17th and November 21, 2019. This time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Mr. Chairman, we have heard both of these plats in detail a couple of months ago, and they were held over. So all those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address for the record and tell us where we are from where we were at the last meeting.
My name is Emmerich Cross. Address is 701 North 7th Street, Suite 945. Good evening, good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. We were directed at the November 12th planning meeting to hold a replatting of the lake houses and have a community meeting for the replatting of the lake houses. So we held that community meeting at James P. Davis Hall on December 17th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. We had 6 attendees show up at that meeting, and they asked great questions. The primary concern and question we got from the attendees was, is there going to be any new construction at Wyandotte County Lake Park? And that answer is absolutely not. There will be no existing structures removed either. Now, we did have a shed that burned down, a maintenance shed burned down last year. That
She shed.
I stand corrected.
We're all punchy, so let's just
Yeah, we
move
lost
on.
her. It's
We'll
past
ignore the
my
director for now.
So we did have a shed that burned down last year, and that maintenance shed will be replaced as it was originally. And we're simply asking the commission tonight to replat the 2 existing lake houses to keep the rest of the lake park property tax exempt. Occupying these structures will provide a revenue stream for those 2 houses for us to maintain and operate them so that they will not sit empty and unproductive. And as you know, when houses sit empty, they usually deteriorate at a rapid rate. As mentioned by Commissioner Miller at the last Planning Commission meeting we had, we can put a reverter clause in the language so that if the property will revert back to the UG Park system if any changes are ever made to these properties. We currently do have a renter at the Lake House 2, which is 4400 West Drive. If this doesn't pass, we'll have to evict that tenant or pay property taxes on the entire lake park. With that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Connolly.
Yeah, did this ever go to the Parks and Recs?
Yes, sir, this did go to the Parks and Recs Board.
Okay, what was their decision?
It was put forward in front of them, and they chose not to respond to this issue at that time, so they didn't have a vote taken on the issue, and they did not have any comments that were reflected in the minutes.
So they was just notified about it, or?
Well, they were notified about it, and they were informed of the actions that we would like to take, and they chose not to have any comments or take any action at that time.
Other questions? Commissioner Serta? Sorry, Commissioner Connolly.
I guess you said they had no comments. What do you mean by no comments? They didn't say anything about it?
Yes, sir, they didn't say anything about it. They chose not to speak on the issue.
They chose not to speak on the issue.
So they chose not to take it up.
That's correct, sir. They were informed of all the information that we presented to the Planning Commission, and they chose not to comment or take any action on the issue at that time.
Oh, okay, because I talked to a park board member, and they remember it being brought up. I didn't think that they had made any type of thing that said they didn't want to make any statements about it. I talked to one of the board members.
I have the Director of Parks with me here, Jeremy Rogers, at that same
Mr.
meeting
Rudder,
with
can you
I
get
as
up?
well.
'Cause, I mean, I talked to Ms. Beatrice Lee.
Hello, Jeremy Rogers, 5033 State Avenue, the Fleet Center.
is where I'm officed at. And yes, we did present that to the park board. I believe it was in October, and we told them exact same thing that you guys were told, laid it out to them. And they talked about it a little bit, and one of the members said, this is above us. I don't have any comment on it. And so the chairman agreed that it was not his doing or his job to do that. So he chose to go on to the next agenda item.
All right, thank you.
And that can be reflected in the minutes from the October meeting. Also, it was brought up at our last meeting. I invited the park board to this meeting tonight, and none of them showed up.
Commissioner Serta.
Well, my question was following Commissioner Connolly's. Mr. Cross, that doesn't sound much different from what we heard at the last meeting. And my question was, and I think Mr. Rogers just clarified that, was it subsequently presented to the Parks Board? I guess my specific question was it presented to them as an action item for them to actually take some specific action on, or was it simply provided in an informational sense for them to be aware of it?
At the Parks Board meeting, Commissioner? Yes.
But there hasn't been another Parks Board meeting at which this was discussed since the one you referenced the last time.
That's correct. The process for us is we take it to the Park Board first for their comments, to provide advice to the Planning Commission, and then on to the Standing Committee.
And so it hasn't gone yet to Standing Committee?
No,
either?
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Good evening, it is late. My name is Josie Payne. I reside at 3021 North 82nd Terrace. And a couple points here. I remember last time we said we were going to do something about a fair market survey about the actual price of what the lease would be. I believe they said it was $700 on one of them, $1,100 on another. It's well below.
The market rate rent doesn't really apply to the replatting of the issue. I mean, that's not an issue that we can take into consideration.
Understandable. It was just something that was.
It was something that was brought up, but it was something that it has been addressed, it's been heard, but it's not something that we can take into account for this evening's vote.
Understandable. How was at the James P. Hall, how was that announced? Because I live next to the lake. I didn't ever see anything. There was no billboard.
I'll find out for you.
It was extremely vague. I drive around the lake. I visit there weekly. I didn't see anything. That's not to say that something wasn't,
Yes, I mean, we have an attendance roster of the people that attended and their phone numbers, so we'll find out what the criteria was for the notice.
And I have an issue with this issue going to our Parks and Rec. Our Parks and Rec control all of this, and then essentially our government is indifferent about a piece of replatting here. Like, they're not even going to make a decision on it. I know you said that.
Let me ask you this. Are you opposed to the replatting?
Under the current conditions, I feel like it's just far too ambiguous. It's moved a little quickly. We went 10 years. The house was not being used, and then allegedly the police chief was living there and doing, his own renovations. I understand, there's a lot going on. So now we're being forced to do this, but I don't feel like it's being done in the manner where, I talk to everyone who lives in the lake or lives in the area. Nobody knows about this. I know of multiple people that wanted to come to this meeting tonight. They just couldn't be here.
And are they opposed to the replatting? Do they not want the houses placed on the tax rolls or not? Because we can't rent them if they're not placed on if the properties aren't on the tax rolls. So do the people that you've spoken with, and do you want them to sit empty? Because that's the choice that we're faced with tonight, is evicting the tenant in one, or we have to pay taxes on the entire lake property in order to do it.
Do we have figures on any of that or what it would be?
I think it's high.
I understand. I completely. I'm just wondering if everyone has numbers for what we're going to be looking at, or if we're just magical thinking about everything.
So, on exempt properties, they don't do an assessment on it, so we don't know what it would be assessed at, but I can't imagine that many acres not being a very substantial tax bill. I mean, I think if they don't plat it, it would be better for us to tear them down. I mean,
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, I mean, it's already rented. I mean, I don't think we should be forced to make a decision because they've already rented the property out. And I guess my understanding, I mean, I was very specific that I thought that the Parks Board should give us some type of communication. If it wasn't put in as some type of agenda item or action item, then it's just information. Then I don't think that they fairly did what me and some of the other board members asked them to do.
well, Mr. Conley, I was confused because I thought the question was, had it been to the Parks Board, not send it back to the Parks Board again?
Yeah.
Because I thought there was confusion about whether it had
They
even
had
been
never
to the
taken
Park-
it to the Parks Board.
Right, and that was the confusion. They've come back and said, yes, it went to the Parks Board, and they chose not to comment. So that's partially on me if we, because I didn't take it the way you're saying it now about you should go back to the Parks Board for a new vote. That's not what I
They
understood
never,
from.
the Parks Board never voted on it. So we wanted to hear what the Parks Board
Well-
thought process, or if they was gonna take it, if
Right.
they understood it, if they liked it. I mean, that was,
But their processes aren't like ours. They don't have to vote on everything. They have things for information. I guess you guys sometimes get things for information. We have a special session on a new planning project or something where you don't take action. But there are times when the governing body gets stuff for information, doesn't take action, or chooses not to take action if they don't have to. And it's not something they would have had to take a vote on.
But I want to go back to this gentleman. In order for, what would have to happen is the entire lake would have to be assessed
Correct.
in order to come up with a valuation to determine
Correct.
what that tax bill is going to be. But it's obvious that that's going to be very large based on the amount, the track.
Correct.
Okay.
So you either have the vacant houses sitting there that we have to spend tax dollars to maintain so they look halfway decent when people drive by, you know, and the inside of them just rots, I guess, or you have to tear them down, or you plat it and let us rent them and make some kind of gain out of it and have extra eyes on the park.
Go ahead and continue on with your
Okay, so
testimony.
the streaming revenue, I get that. How come there would have to be a clause that the revenue would be kicked back? So if there wasn't a clause, where would the revenue have gone? That's one issue from the last meeting.
State the question again, just so I
60 days
understand.
ago, on the November meeting, there was talk of the reverter clause and then also the same clause for the streaming of the revenue.
All right, we'll get you an answer, but I think on the revert clause, it was such that the properties couldn't be sold outside of the lake.
Right. They would, they would always have to stay in UG ownership as part of the lake. And then, restate your first question again. Sorry, I got.
About the revenue of the rent.
Oh, the revenue of where it would go. If there was no specified place for that to go, it would go to the county general fund. And that would just get used for county purposes instead of for the park.
Okay, I want to go ahead and continue on with his testimony, and then we'll get staff.
Can I respond to you?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think I actually was the one that brought up that issue, and let me clarify to the best of my recollection. The reason I asked the question about the revenue and about where it would go was because this was being presented to us as the rental is a mechanism for generating revenue adequate to maintain the building. And that was the question that I asked, whether this had actually been done on a basis of looking what the market rents would be and what that would actually finance in terms of the improvements to the building, and whether those revenues would in fact be redirected specifically to the improvement or maintenance of the buildings. Again, I agree with you. I don't think that that's a determinative issue on whether we approve or don't approve this, but it was a matter of trying to understand the purposes of the request beyond taxation issue per se.
Go ahead and continue.
The possibility of turning one of the addresses, I know one of them has the boatyard in the backyard essentially. There's another structure, I believe it's the 3450. That could potentially be turned into some sort of community house, something that people, citizens could rent as well. I feel like, through an expanded thought, longer than 60, 90 days, we could find a better use for than just a private or I don't know, not even a private, but it would be just a lease, someone's personal lease. And
You think it should be more community-minded or?
absolutely, I believe so. Based off the recommendation from the November meeting, you know, like, I believe we all agreed, you know, one of them, it's kind of real close to the boatyard. The other gentleman, I don't see his name tag anymore, it's in that direction over there. He mentioned the 3450 was in a nice enough condition. It could be renovated or used in a different direction other than just a lease.
Okay. I can't provide you an answer to that.
I understand. It's late.
The question before us is replatting for purposes of taxes and for purposes of being able to rent the properties. That's what we're considering tonight.
I understand. It just seems like we're essentially replatting for limiting access. As a citizen, as a taxpayer, I see nothing but my access to public spaces being limited. And when I see two properties being replatted without even thinking about it going to a public access, it's just sort of blows my mind. But,
Rob, are those two properties publicly accessible now? They're not.
No, they're only, I mean, the gates close the both off at certain points in time. And I think there's been more discussion, more discourse than what's been, before this came forward, there were a lot of discussion about different things to happen. And I don't know, maybe Emmerich or Jeremy could talk about that, but it hasn't just been 60 or 90 days. It's been a much longer process than that.
it says filed on 9/30.
I understand, but we had to have the plat done. We had to have a lot of discussion. I mean, that's just when it was filed. That doesn't mean that there wasn't discussion before that based on what would happen here. So.
Okay.
I understand. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Desiree Pinder, 3021 North 82nd Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas. I oppose the replatting. I guess, really, I'm still confused. I understand we are trying to change that for tax purposes. I don't understand, I guess, what has changed. It sounds like in the past it has been rented out to UG employees regardless of the, I guess, status, public or private. I guess I'm just a little confused.
We'll get an answer to that for you.
Okay. And then also, intent, anyone can say they are or aren't going to do something down the road, and that can change, if there's nothing holding you to that. So yeah, I guess basically just clarification and the intent, and potential precedent for future decisions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, could you come back up to the microphone? Can you address the young lady's concern about, since it was rented before, how are we getting around this entire situation before when the police chief and then the current tenant that resides in 3450 have been there?
If I may I have legal counsel come up and talk about what happened in a previous case in Atchison?
Good evening, Commissioners. James Bain, 710 North 7th Street. So in 2007, the state Supreme Court, the city of Atchison, very similar situation, had a city park. The park director lived in that park. The park director wanted his family to move in. The state said, family cannot live there. The house has to be, sole purpose is a park. So the park director can live there, but his family couldn't. The city of Atchison sued the state of Kansas to have a decision about this tax exemption of this house. That was 2007. The state Supreme Court said that the family living there was outside of a park purpose. And so that kind of changed the way houses and parks are looked at. So after that, the one house was empty. So we've never been in violation because the house, the East Drive house, had been empty since then. So there was never an issue until last year when the chief was working there as part of his employment and his family was not living there. And so it was still a park purpose. He was providing security, he was doing renovations, it was part of employment. And so that house has always been in compliance for years and years. The other house, they were operating concessions, they were helping out at the marina, the boat marina, there was a catering company being run out of in a park or near park. So it was a part of that arrangement. And so we think we have an argument that we've been legal on that house as well. So that concession contract is no longer in place. And so that house has fallen probably out of compliance.
So how many people reside in that property?
I believe 2.
So
Two.
we have a family or some sort of other situation, unless we have 2 employees working there. So
Right, and they're not employees anymore. And so I believe that house has fallen out of compliance.
Okay.
And so,
So if we don't do anything, they'll have to move.
yes.
Okay. And then both properties.
Or we could tax the whole park. That's the other
tax the whole
option.
park,
Yeah,
or and then the houses would just sit empty.
the house would still, and it's empty right now. So we are not out of compliance on
Correct.
that other house.
It's just the other one. All right.
Right.
Commissioner Surtick?
I have 2 questions that I think legal counsel probably can most appropriately address. The first one is, could you describe in substance the reverter clause, specifically, basically how it would be structured? Because it seems the overwhelming concern we heard both at the previous hearing and this one has to do with the possibility that, at some point those properties might be sold, they might be parceled off separately from the park. I think this is a key factor in the consideration here is, what specific protections are in place to ensure that essentially it's long-term park-related use, but with, under state law, the ability to actually rent them, the way you're describing.
And so you can put a reverter just like in a deed or a title that would be registered at the
It's a
the
deed
Register of
restriction.
Deeds. It's restriction on the use, yes. And so it'd be very similar, the way I understand. It'd be very similar to that.
So would it be a restriction on the use, or restriction on the sale, or resale, or?
I think you can have it all. I mean, you can put pretty well anything on a.
As long as it doesn't violate fair housing.
For sure, yeah.
Then the other question I had, I don't think this came up previously, I was curious about, is in substance, what does the lease look like? I mean, are there restrictions on modifications the tenant can, I would assume that's kind of par for the course, but particularly with the case of the historic building, which I think Commissioner Miller was addressing specifically in the last meeting, are there any special protections included in the lease itself to make sure that, whatever modifications are made are somehow reviewed by the UG and whatever the case may be?
It was a pretty standard, no construction, no changes to the structure without permission. It was a fairly standard lease.
And
the
only
way I-
occupancy is used as a residence?
What was that?
And only use and
Oh,
occupancy
yes,
as a residence? as
yes.
well? Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner
can-
Reasons?
I think one of my questions has been, remembering back from November, I think it goes back to what you said, Commissioner Conley. Yeah, we did say something to take this back before the Parks Board. You said it happened in October. We had our meeting in November, which means there's nothing happened in front of the Parks Board since November. That was the first thing. The second thing that's still concerning to me is one of the house that's the boathouse, okay, whatever. That part doesn't bug me as much as it does as the historical building, the stone building, because I know as a guy that has leased out houses, you can put all these things and say you can't do this, and then all of a sudden the tenant trashes the house out. And now we're stuck with the historical building that's trashed out. Now we're paying double whatever the lease was to renovate it to get it back to historical standard. And that's where I was just wondering, why hasn't the Parks Board said, hey, let's do something different with that building? I mean, we've been hearing from how many Airbnbs today?
Yeah, but it's rented to UG employees. If they want to trash our house and a lease while they're employed by us, that would probably not be a good thing to do.
Well, but I mean, I've had that same thing happen. We had my dad used to work at a Christian school. We put an employee of the Christian school in there. He trashed the house. We kicked him out. He lost his job. But people do stupid things. I mean, that just and that's my concern with the historical building, is if they ruin that, now we're stuck with even a rent building or just a building that's in complete disarray. It's going to cost double to fix up. And I think those are some of my biggest questions still I have.
If the way that this is structured, if the UG employee terminates his employment, is his lease terminated? Is that the way this is going to be structured? If they're no longer a UG employee, they have to vacate the property
Yeah,
within so many days of vacating their employment termination, and that's legal to do so, legal counsel?
That's legal.
Can that be, is that?
Well, yes, you can evict if there's a break in the if the lease is broken. There's a process to do an eviction that we would certainly follow.
So is it legal to have a condition of employment be as long as you maintain your employment with the unified government, you're eligible to lease the property? If not, if you change employers or leave or you're terminated, then you have to vacate the property within so many days of termination.
I would believe that to be legal.
That's,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's the way it's always been out there. Since
Well,
since-
we're kind of in uncharted ground. I don't know that there's any way it's always been, because I don't think there is a way it's always been. I mean, yes, we had the situation with the police chief, but other than that, that's the only way we've had it. So I'm asking a legal question. Can that be a stipulation of the lease, and is it enforceable if they leave their employment? Can they be forced to evict? Or do we have a tenant who's no longer employed by the unified government living in a unified government-owned property?
Well, I mean, my opinion, I think the terms of the lease are beyond this board, to be honest. I mean, I'm going to trust that our department is going to work and make sure that it's an enforceable lease. But
Okay.
I think negotiating lease terms.
I understand. It's just a question because they're saying it can only be leased to the unified government.
Right.
Is that a legal mechanism that can be enforced?
I mean, our department is going to work. I know James has been working on this more closely than I have, but I trust that our department is going to create a lease that is legal and enforceable. So,
Well, the reason for my question is, if we find that it's not, and we've approved this, and we've now moved the properties over, then the whole premise of doing this is so it will be leased to a unified government employee, and we find out we can't do that, then it can be opened up to anyone, or will they just sit empty? I'm going back to the citizens' concern that, could this wind up being done something else? But that's where I'm at with this.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I mean, it's currently leased. One's already currently leased, right?
Correct.
Do you have a copy of that lease?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say that I would like you to say which of the factors to be considered these questions are addressing, because we're way beyond this.
I know. I know where we're going.
I mean, this is about dividing the property, yes or no. Does it meet the standards for property division? The answer to that question, the staff's opinion is yes.
Well, I mean, I think we can answer questions that I choose to ask. That's the first thing. And like I said, I'm totally, I mean, I heard 3 commissioners say that we asked them to take that to the Park and Recs and we wanted to hear a decision. That they also heard what I had said, and that's not said. So whatever question I choose to ask, Rob, I can ask.
Well, actually, when it's
so-
not pertaining to the case, it could get your decision overturned.
It is pertaining to the case
If
because
the
it's park
judge
property.
says it does,
So I'm asking questions.
if the judge says it,
Everybody is.
Let me go back. I'm going to go back over to legal counsel. The factors to be considered. Are we outside the purview of the factors to be considered?
I think anything having to do what the unified government does with the money, with the funding, I think that's outside of the planning commission. I think the lease terms are outside of the planning commission. I think council has spoken that they're okay with some type of reverter clause on the general use itself. But in terms of getting into the finances and the contract, I think that is outside.
Now,
or what the Parks Board has said.
When it goes to the Board of Commissioners, are those the same factors they will be allowing, or do they haven't expanded?
So only this body approves the plat. The board only accepts the dedications on the plat. But this is kind of unique in that the planning commission is the one actually approving the plat.
All right, thank you.
I have a follow-up question.
Commissioner Serta.
All right, so given what you just said, would the reverter clause be recorded as part of that dedication?
So when the plat is recorded, we could put it on the face of the plat.
deed restriction.
But that still is being advanced as a recommendation from this body to the full.
You would approve the plat subject to having that type of a statement placed on the face of the plat.
Okay. That clarifies one point. The second question is probably related to Mr. Cross. You said something earlier about it going to standing committee, and this is not about our approval.
I stand corrected on that, Commissioner. It does not go to standing committee. I
Okay.
apologize for that.
Well,
That's usually the process with these.
That's still an important clarification, because my question was, it seems to me there are other policy concerns that have been voiced to us that may not be appropriate factors for us to consider in deciding yea or nay whether to approve this, but it still seem to be concerns that have been voiced by citizens about the merits of this application. And my question was really, is there going to be another opportunity absent the, I don't even, does the dedication even get a hearing?
It's on a consent agenda.
Yeah. So will there be another opportunity beyond this for any of these concerns to be heard? I mean, for example, back to Commissioner Connolly's, I don't want to berate the point about the Parks Board, but if that had been listed as an agenda item and advertised, there might have been people that showed up at the Parks Board meeting and wanted to testify and be heard about it then, which may have changed the Parks Board's attitude about whether or not they wanted to make a comment or make a decision or a recommendation about it. So that was the question. I understood your comment earlier, say maybe there'd be another process. And my feeling is if there are other considerations and concerns that were beyond what we're considering right now, there might be another opportunity. But it sounds like what you're saying is there won't be another opportunity for those to be heard.
Rob, if I'm correct, it can be pulled off consent agenda at full commission, correct?
Sure, absolutely.
There's another opportunity there, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll go to staff for recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the factors to be considered, we'd recommend approval of both of these plats as submitted.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Actually, I do have a
I'm
question.
sorry,
Rob,
Commissioner
does that include the recommendation about, that the body's made about the reverter clause being incorporated into that
So-
dedication?
No, and this is the reason why. Because if it goes to the Board of Commissioners, they could vote to remove the reverter clause from the deed and then do whatever they want to in the future. It's all subject to being public scrutiny. It'll all happen in a public meeting, but
Well, my question is your recommendation that the reverter clause be added as part of a
No.
recommendation to the full commission? Okay.
it's just an extra step in the process if they want to do something that we wouldn't want them to do in the future.
Any further questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Well, it isn't normally my job. Staff recommends that we approve, so I move the Kansas City, Kansas City Planning Commission approve the 3450 East Drive preliminary and final plat, subject to staff stipulations.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Ernst on 3450 East Drive for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Polly. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Nay.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Nay.
Serta?
Absent the recommendation to include the reverter clause, I have to vote no.
I guess it won't be on consent.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plat
The plat is.
passes 4 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay, thank you. Now, I entertain a motion for 4400 West Drive.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission approve the 4400 West Drive preliminary and final plat.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ernst and seconded by Commissioner Polly. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Nay.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Nay.
Serta?
No.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plat, subject to the stipulations, passes 4 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay, thank you. This will be heard once again January 30th at 7 p.m. in this room.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our plan review application, PR 2020-1, Ted McEnany with Asphalt Sales Company, preliminary and final plan review for an asphalt manufacturing facility at 2751 South 88th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners dated December 12, 2019. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening, and thank you for your patience.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Austin Quick with Blackstone Environmental. Our address is 16200 Foster Street in Overland Park. I'm up here on behalf of the applicant, Ted McEnany with Asphalt Sales Company. Just want to quickly touch on what is entailed in the preliminary and final plan and touch a little bit on the two key issues in the staff report that you received. This project is proposed for an area that is zone heavy industrial. There was previously an asphalt plant there. As part of the site improvements, we will demo the remainder of that plant. And because this is within the 100-year floodplain, we will import fill and bring the low lot elevation of the project area to above the base flood elevation. We're currently, we've obtained a conditional letter of map revision based on fill from FEMA, and that will be approved once we obtain an elevation certificate after we place fill and once it is surveyed. Additionally, no on-site septic system is proposed for this site. That was our initial plan, but after discussion with staff in the pre-application meeting and further discussion with public utilities, it was determined that we will actually be able to connect a sanitary line to the force main located along South 88th Street. Other than that, it's generally a typical hot mix asphalt plant. The ingress-egress for the facility, if you scroll up there, there are two current ingress-egress to the property off of South 88th Street, and those will be used for incoming and outgoing vehicle loads, incoming being raw aggregate material, and outgoing being customer asphalt loads. We've been in frequent communication with staff regarding the floodplain issues, and we've gone over the other staff comments and have addressed those in our latest revision. That's generally it. The facility, the plant components will be located on the western portion where you can kind of see remnants of existing asphalt manufacturing equipment, and then the storage area will be to the east of that, kind of located to the northwest of that long concrete tunnel you see there. That's a general overview, and I stand for questions if you have any.
Any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience left that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Neal? I'm sorry, Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Serta?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this plan review subject to the stipulations passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. It will be heard one more time, January 30th, 7 p.m. Thank you. And
Mr.
since,
Chairman,
Thank you. We have those cases that we moved to the end. Since no one has come in, do we need to actually call each one separately for the record?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we need to actually go back to the lake house issue. So a little bit of confusion came, the fact that we actually have 8 members present. Obviously, Commissioner Jones is on the phone. So we need 5 votes to pass, and the motion passed by 4-3.
Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, your vote is needed on these items.
On both?
So if we want to take, the first one.
The
Janet?
first one was
3450.
3450. My vote is aye.
And then on.
So that means it passes 5-3.
5-3, right. And so then on the other one, which is
44.
4400,
And my vote is aye.
and that'll pass 5-3. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I'm worn out. I missed it. So now we're going to go back to the applications where the applicant was not present. The first one is SP-2019-98, Frank Motors Incorporated, special use permit for automobile sales and auto repair at 402 and 426 Osage Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, I actually had an email exchange with Mr. Bortnick. They thought they were done. They didn't realize that both applications weren't being heard at the same time. You've heard all the testimony on that case. There's no one here in opposition. I would recommend that you move in favor of that application.
Is there questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Huey, seconded by Commissioner Serta. Any discussion? Roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons? Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application, subject to the stipulations, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our next special use permit is SP 2019-103, Evan Dolby, special use permit for a tire distribution center at 3140 South 28th Street. His current special use permit expired on March 30, 2019.
It's my understanding Mr. Dolby hasn't been in contact with the office and made any attempt to provide any information.
No, but it's not up on the screen, but this property actually bisects the county line, and part of the building is in another community. I think I'd recommend holding this over another month, because I don't want to put them where they can operate in one city and not the other. And I mean, he's out of, he hasn't acted well, but given there's another community involved and their tax base as well, it might be good for us to see if we can't get him to appear one more time.
Okay, what would be the date for that meeting?
February 10th.
February 10th. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to hold over to February 10th.
Second.
Motion to hold over till February 10th, made by Serta, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons? Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over till February 10th passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chairman, we have all of the vacations that we heard together, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
So this is all for new houses to be constructed, and basically they need to build a retaining wall for the houses to work, and the retaining wall would be in the utility easement. There's nothing in the utility easement. No one really cares except the builder here, and it could hold up home construction. I'd recommend we move in favor of this item.
Do we need to take an individual vote on each one?
And you can do them all together.
All together.
Okay, I would entertain, any questions for staff? I would entertain a motion on 2019-7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve the utility easements on those cases made by Commissioner Polly, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons? Serta.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of all those applications, subject to the stipulations, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And then we need to elect a chairman and vice chairman for planning and zoning for the next term, for 2020, correct?
You could actually probably do them both together if you're so inclined.
Somebody want to make a motion for a chairman and a vice chairman together? Jones. Sharon Jones is the current vice chair. What's your pleasure? Okay, motion made for myself to be chairman in 2020. Is there any other nominations? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we need a vice chairman or chairperson.
Jones.
Motion made for Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Jones, do you accept that nomination?
I accept.
Any further nominations? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. That concludes the agenda. This meeting is adjourned.